Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a showing between the Tennessee Volunteers and the Vanderbilt Commodores. My name is Charlie Serafian, joined by John Hansen. I know I butchered the name
Yeah, it's
of.
Commodores, not Commodores.
I like the way it sounds better, though. Anyways, we're here. What a beautiful day here in Nashville, Tennessee. Weather in the 60s, not exactly sunny skies.
No, it's been raining the past couple of days, and we actually had a tornado warning in the area last night, but we weren't harmed, and we hope to have a great baseball game here today, Charlie.
Absolutely. I'll tell you one thing that's been on fire. It's Nolan Maroth. He's going to be starting pitching for the Tennessee Volunteers in this game. And wow, he has been incredible the last couple games. Again, it is so good to have such versatile pitching on a team. You got a lot of guys out there, Kopech, Maroth, Moriarty, who can just really let that ball fly. Jack, John, what are you excited for in this game?
I'm excited for a good contest between two teams in the state of Tennessee. It's kind of a rivalry game, if you will, Tennessee and Vanderbilt, so I'm sure both teams will come out to play hard and fast, and yeah, I'm just hoping for a great game and nothing too shady going on.
Absolutely. I don't really know what would be shady. I'll tell you what's shady is just this atmosphere. I mean, there have been clouds over the skies of Nashville the last couple of days. Tornado warnings, sirens going off in the night, lightning, thunder. Really A through Z, just weather-wise. We'll see that little weather alert graphic at the bottom of your screen just to alert you guys of what's going on in this game.
Yeah, a little bit cloudy skies. There is some rain expected halfway through this doubleheader, so we'll hope to not get wet. We're actually in this nice press box here at Hawkins Field that they let us use, and it's just a wonderful stadium this here at Vanderbilt. And at least we're covered, but the players down on the field might not be in about an hour or two.
Yeah, we hope it doesn't start raining in this one. Um, we're hoping for really good skies here, John. But again, if it does start raining, I assume they'll play. We got a doubleheader for you guys today. We're gonna be playing two games. The game yesterday was supposed to be at 9 a.m. However, they canceled it.
Yeah, it was supposed to be at 9 a.m. Of course, the weather and all, and I'm actually surprised that we have a game going on here, but I'm not complaining as Eric Swanson on the second pitch gets a big base hit into right field, and he's going to go for the double, and he's going to get there very safely. So Eric Swanson, number 17, gets a double to start off this game, and that's a great start for the Volunteers. Pitching for Vanderbilt is number 4, Robert Polk. He's a senior out of Waldorf, Maryland, for the Commodores. So, not a great start for him, already giving up a double. But next up to bat is Christian Cavagnaro, the junior for the Volunteers.
Christian had a couple good games a couple weekends ago against Penn State, who were originally ranked number 1 in the nation until they fell to Tennessee, bumping them back a few spots. Tennessee currently at 4th.
Yeah, that was a big game against Penn State as Cavagnaro is going to get hit by a pitch, so he's going to trot on down to first. But yeah, that Penn State game that we covered a couple weeks ago, Tennessee was dominant throughout the game, but Penn State staged a late comeback that just fell short. So the Volunteers did get the big top 10 win. But that was the last game we covered here on Tennessee Club Sports Network, the last baseball game. As we have number 8, Will Gillis out of Cumming, Georgia. That one will go foul.
Gillis, another one of those guys who really let that ball fly. He had a couple of big hits against Georgia Tech a couple weekends back when we were in Knoxville at Tommy Shumpert Park. One thing this team really does in the Volunteers is they really capitalize when they have bases loaded. Scoring runs in numbers and barrages. That's what they have to do in this game if they want to take down this Vandy team at Hawkins Field.
There's another pitch. Runner's going to go. Swanson's going to make it to third. Cavagnaro's going to go to the second. So 2 stolen bases, if you will, as the runners advance to second and third. And Volunteers already in prime scoring position here in the top of the first.
Poke with the pitch. A little far right there.
A little bit outside, but Swanson didn't take the swing. Not Swanson, Gillis.
John, what I like about this angle is we can kind of see that pitcher box from up here. We have a good look at it. So hopefully we'll give you the accurate call, maybe even before the ump does.
Yeah, this is a much better view than what we had at Tommy Shumpert Park. Not that Tommy Shumpert Park was a terrible place to view a game, but this is definitely elite standing that we're in
I
here
don't know.
right now.
Tommy Shumpert Park's definitely up there.
It's definitely up there, but comparing it to the likes of Hawkins Field here on the campus of Vanderbilt University, I don't know if it's a close competition. As the next pitch goes to Gillis, and that one's going to go outside. Gillis is going to make it to first, but we're going to have bases loaded here for number 10, Max Nathan, to come up to bat. Still no outs for Vanderbilt so far in this game.
Not the best start for Vandy. However, this is a team where there's a lot of talent. I mean, Vanderbilt, in all, we're talking about NCAA and club. It's a winning program, winning the College World Series back in 2014 and 2019. So 2-time World Series champs in recent years, letting the club baseball team play on this beautiful field. You have a lot of talent all across the board here.
Yeah, a lot of talent here. Vanderbilt's a very storied program, especially after the past couple of years. But we'll get Nathan's first pitch, and that one's going to go in for a strike. So Vanderbilt definitely looking to get some sort of release here, as that one's going to be skied high by Nathan. Out to left center field. It's going to be grabbed. And Eric Swanson's going to go in for the score. So it is 1-0 early for the Tennessee Volunteers. A perfectly executed pop fly advances the runner to home plate. And now it's 1-0 Tennessee, with runners still on first and second. As we have number 2 up to bat, Bailey Redmond. Redmond, another star player on this team, always getting those extra base hits like we saw against Georgia Tech and Penn State. And I wouldn't be surprised if he gets another one here.
Again, you talk about a star-studded roster, John. Tennessee, I mean, coming into this game, starting lineup, Eric Swanson, Christian Cavagnara, Will Gillis, Max Nathan, Bailey Redmond. I mean, you have so many big names on here that they've just really shown up in the last couple of games. Tennessee, they played Auburn in last weekend's series where they won that 2-1, falling short to Auburn on a Sunday. Auburn kind of came back and gave them a run for their money in that last game, John.
Definitely a run for their money. Tennessee, that one's going to be hit. Out to left, it's going to be caught, so Bailey Redmond's going to get the second out of the top of the first here. Again, he was looking for that extra base hit, but just right to the left fielder. Wasn't able to put it down on the ground. But like you said, that Auburn series last weekend, on that last Sunday, it was only the second loss for the Volunteers this season. So they have an 8-1 conference record, a 15-2 overall record, and like you said, number 4 ranked overall in the country. So this team is real hot, and they're real good.
Here comes the pitch from Robert Polk. Contact made, however, that one's going to go up right near second base, where Vandy will take over on offense. So, not a bad start for Tennessee. At one point, bases loaded. We're able to get one run out of that inning there, but that'll take us to the bottom of the second.
Bottom of the first.
First, excuse me, John. It's early here.
It's early. We woke up not too long ago.
Absolutely, but I'll tell you what, I'm fired up and ready to watch some Tennessee club baseball. quick look at our power rankings here. We'll throw them up on the screen. So, important to notice here, Grand Canyon right now, the ranked #1 in the country, taking over Penn State as Penn State fell to Tennessee not too long ago. If you look at that #3 spot, Cal Poly Slow. Again, I am a Los Angeles native, John. That school not too far from me, a beautiful campus. Then looking at that #4 spot, you have Tennessee. So Tennessee, they've been on fire because of that man on home plate, Nolan Maroff. He has been incredible in this game so far, and he's doing a great job. We'll be back here shortly for the bottom of the first. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Up to pitch right now for Tennessee is Nolan Maroff.
But that's going to be a quick out as Zachary Rubenstein, #35 for Vanderbilt. He's a freshman out of Calabasas, California. You're around where you're from, Charlie, but he grounded it to shortstop, and that's going to be the first quick out for Vanderbilt here in the bottom of the first.
Calabasas, California. Home to a lot of beautiful women in California, I would know. I don't talk to them, but I just know.
Oh yeah, you would definitely know.
Beautiful place, though, Calabasas.
Let's talk about Nolan Maroff here a little bit. He is definitely the top pitcher here on this Tennessee team. We've seen him pitch now for the 3rd time, I believe, and he is just absolutely unbelievable as he's going to get a quick second out there. So already taking care of business like he usually does. Maroff just getting win after win, and he just shuts batters down. It's unbelievable to watch.
Absolutely. Really fun to watch. Great player. Vice president of this Tennessee Club Baseball program. Runs operations here and kind of runs the table when he's pitching. I mean, he's a guy who can really do it all. First guy in the gym, last guy out. High motor.
It's going to be a swing and a miss there for John Kritz. Out of Rhode Island. I wonder how he made his way down to Vanderbilt here. But now an 0-2 count, so Maroff, one more strike, and he's got himself a very, very quick bottom of the first. And he's got it.
Nice pitch.
That's going to be the end of the first inning, so 1-2-3. Easy pitching for Maroff so far in this game as Tennessee continues to have a 1-0 lead as we head to the top of the second. Tennessee will go back up to bat.
Absolutely. Great start for Tennessee there. What'd you like from Tennessee when they were on offense, John?
You know, I like that they were getting base hits. They also get kind of lucky there. You know, wild pitch advanced one of the runners, one hit by pitch, so it wasn't all pure skill, so you definitely need some luck here in a game of baseball, but overall, Tennessee just keeps rolling, keeps doing what they're doing, and getting on base. So, you know, when you get on base, you get a high chance of scoring. That's exactly what they did.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back here shortly for the second.
All right, and we're back for the top of the second inning here. Tennessee already went with a 1-0 lead over Vanderbilt. So great first inning for the Volunteers. As we got number 22 for Tennessee. This is going to be Hobby Griffin. He's going to sky that one way deep into left field. And it's just short.
Looks like that one tricked you for a second
It
there,
did
John.
trick me. The overcast skies, I couldn't really see the ball, but it must have been caught by the center fielder there at Vanderbilt. I thought that one was out of the park.
You know, if it was out of the park, I definitely would have been screaming in here, even though that would have been a little awkward because it is very quiet here in Nashville, Tennessee on this Sunday morning.
I was about to be really excited because I don't think we ever saw a single home run in our previous games where Tennessee faced Georgia Tech or Penn State, so that was about as close as we've seen one of the hits.
That would have been the first one we've seen, John. Whoa, watch out. Thank goodness there's this mesh right in front of us. Otherwise, I would have gotten another ball in the face.
Yeah, you nearly got one a couple weeks ago, which was kind of funny.
Tommy Shumpert Park, yes. That was not too funny, I'm going to be honest. Kind of spooked me for a second.
Yeah. As we have Jake Overton now for the Volunteers. That one's going to be called strike. I will say it is kind of nice being up here in the press box. Overton's going to hit that one high up, popped up right to the catcher who's not going to grab it. It's going to land foul. So Jake Overton gets another chance at bat.
Jake Overton, a big hitter, likes to swing. We'll see if he could knock one into campus back there. Hopefully not hit a student.
Let's see if he can swing for the fences just as Hobby Griffin just did, right in front of our eyes.
Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike.
That's going to be the third strike, so 2 outs now for Tennessee, no one on base. As we're getting some new players into the lineup here for Tennessee that weren't playing against either Georgia Tech or Penn State, the games we covered. As we got number 6, Colin Markey, who's a sophomore out of Perryville, Virginia, up to bat. Earlier we also saw number 21, Ben Thurman. That one's going to be low and outside, so 1 ball here for Colin Markey. One strike's going to make it a 1-1 count. So, Charlie, if you're Vanderbilt, what do you think they should improve on defense is to not let this game get away from them?
You know, if Tennessee swings and they hit the ball and it goes up in the air, I think they got to catch it and try to get outs. That's what I would do if I was Vanderbilt in this one.
Only you could come up with that. That's a great response.
Well, if you want me to get a little more analytical and fancy with it, not only do they do that, but when they're on offense, I think if they swing and get the ball out of the park, they might be able to win this game, John.
I can already tell that one's going on your next TikTok video.
2 outs here in Charles Hawkins Field. Robert Polk pitching. That one's going to be a foul ball and into the stands. Maybe a lucky fan will get a souvenir.
Yeah, we got a few fans out today. A lot of them behind the Tennessee bench, so they must be volunteer fans who've made the trip here. I'd say there's about a dozen or so.
Now keep in mind, it is dress up as an empty seat day here in Hawkins Field in Nashville, Tennessee. Looks like a lot of people fitting the theme here, John.
Yeah, very fitting. They're all wearing the same color green or so, which is always nice to see. But Colin Markey there got a walk, so he made his way to first base. So 1 guy on for Tennessee here in the top of the second. That one's going to be a called strike here.
One runner on for Tennessee.
This is Eric Swanson, so looks like we've made our way through the batting order again. Leadoff batter. That one's going to be grounded to second base. Going to get the easy out there at second, and that's going to be the end of the top of the second. So Volunteers didn't produce as much offense as they did in the first inning. Still managed to get a runner on base, though, so Vanderbilt, let's see what they can produce on offense, and we also want to see what Maroth can do on the mound as well.
John, I'm going to flip the question. What do you think Vanderbilt can do to maybe come back and not let this game get out of hand?
You know, they need to find a way to break through Nolan Maroth's perfect pitching, which is something very hard to do that even the number one team in the country wasn't able to do in Penn State. So for Vanderbilt, like you said, they need to get base hits. They, maybe might need a little bit of luck. Get those hit by pitches, get those walks, try to put Maroth under pressure, and maybe then they can put on a good performance today. Absolutely.
Get Nolan Maroth under pressure. Just kind of get in his head a little bit. That's the only way you're going to be able to take him down. But he's really sharp. I don't even think he can get into his own head with the way he's been playing these last couple of weeks. And we're back.
We're back for the bottom of the second. We apologize for the viewers that we didn't realize our camera was flipped the wrong way, so it should now look like that people running to first are actually going to first base.
That's a good point. Use your imagination.
I'm not going to mention who pointed that out to us, but as we get number 99 here for Vanderbilt, that one's going to be going past third base line. He's going to get a base hit. That's Graham Seed out of Lexington, Massachusetts. So beautiful base hit there as the perfect game bid for Nolan Maroth comes to an end, which is always a sad sight to see, but it happens early on in these games. But that's definitely what Vanderbilt needed to maybe get under Nolan Maroth's skin. Up to the plate here is number 21, Parker Violand, out of Las Vegas.
Sin City.
Sin City is a desert kid.
Las Vegas, Nevada, a beautiful city. Home of many major sports teams, one of being the Las Vegas Golden Knights. John, you're familiar with that team?
I am very familiar. Great hockey team. Stanley Cup playoffs starting up soon. Vegas will be making an appearance, so hope for our second Stanley Cup in 3 years.
Wouldn't that be something, John?
It would be great. Go VGK.
Maroth right now.
That's going to be
not
a strike
doing too
three.
shabby.
Not too shabby. Recovered very quickly after giving up that base hit. He gets a strikeout. As for Vanderbilt now is Derek Long, freshman out of New York City. So on this Vanderbilt roster, you got people coming from everywhere. Out west, up north.
Vanderbilt, one of those schools, you got a lot of kids just from all over. Again, a private school here in Nashville, Tennessee, and I want to say the heart of Nashville, John. I will say I've grown to love this city. Very fun city. Music City is what they call it.
It's a great city. Downtown is vibrant.
Speaking of Music City, Nolan Maroth in tune right now as he's coming to this game hot.
That's going to be another strike three, so back-to-back strikeouts for Maroth. Just an absolutely devastating pitching sequence from him. Like you said, it's going to be very tough for Vanderbilt to overcome this.
Two
Great
outs here for
force.
the Vols right now. Looking to get back on offense.
That
That one
popped up down the foul line, but it's going to land in the stands.
almost right where that other ball landed, John.
I'm probably not surprised that past the bleachers here on the right field is what looks to be a construction site. You don't want it to be too lively over there, or else some people may get hit in the head with a foul ball, which is never what you want to see. It's going to be the first strike here. Maroth winds up. That one's going to be outside. This is number 11, Landon Harris, for the Commodores.
Bang!
That one's going to be a strike 3 again, so 3 straight strikeouts for Nolan Maroth. And that's going to take us to the top of the third. So 6 up, 6 down for the Volunteers, still leading 1-0 in this game over the Commodores.
What a performance right now as we head to the third inning. Nolan Maroth, he's shown us why he's one of the best pitchers in all of NCBA.
All right, welcome back to the top of the third here in this big rivalry matchup in club baseball between Tennessee and Vanderbilt. Christian Cavagnaro is up to the bat for the Volunteers, still leading 1-0 over Vanderbilt, sorry. But that one's going to be grounded to first. Easy step on the bag there. Quick out for the Vanderbilt pitcher, Robert Polk. Polk, pretty solid so far. You know, we've been talking a lot about Nolan Maroth for Tennessee, how he's been a star pitcher, but Polk himself hasn't been too shabby either.
Yeah, he's kind of finding his footing here as the game goes on. As Vanderbilt, they've kind of held Tennessee off these past couple of innings. Tennessee, they scored in that first chance they had up at bat. They had bases loaded at one point. They just weren't able to capitalize on more, but they did get one run, which so far, not a bad start.
Not a bad start at all, as that one's going to hit the mesh behind in front of us. Will Gillis here up to the bat. He had a big liner out into the outfield. I believe it was an out in the first inning. He's going to hit that one in the right field as well. It's going to be a quick second out, so 2 down already here at the top of the third. It seems like this game is kind of flying by.
It really is, honestly. It's a very quick game. I think both teams maybe intending for it to be, because they do want to get out of here. It's a little cold here in Nashville this morning, John.
It is a little bit cold. Of course, we do have a doubleheader today, which means that they're only playing 7 innings per game, so they're not going to be full 9-inning games. As we see Robert Polk trying to hype up his team a little bit, just looking at him, but he's going to pitch a single out into center field. That one's going to be hit by Max Nathan, so he's going to get back on base just like he did in the first inning. I believe Nathan made it to base in the first inning after a wild pitch. So his on-base percentage so far is looking pretty good if you're into baseball stats.
I know I am.
Oh, you definitely are. You know everything about baseball, Charlie.
Absolutely. Like I can tell you, that was not a strike.
It was not a strike. It was inside. Bailey Redmond, power hitter for this team. Wouldn't be surprised if he hits a home run in this game.
You almost called it there, John.
Almost called it.
Slightly out. If that ball would have made contact inches north of that bat, that could have been all the way out of this field and maybe hit those white tents over there in the background.
I will say Vanderbilt's kind of got a little bit of a green monster out here in left field. It's kind of a flat wall, but it looks very difficult to hit a home run over that wall towards the basketball arena. I believe that's the Memorial Gymnasium here on campus.
Now, John, I'm wondering if they count that as a home run if he even hits that green wall above the paddle.
No, you have to hit over the yellow line.
Interesting. Well, it goes up pretty high, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. It's, sitting here in the press box here at Hawkins Field, kind of looks like Fenway Park as Redmond's going to hit that one to right center field. He's going for second. He kind of trotted his way to second. He wasn't sure whether he was going to make it there, but he does after a bad pitch into the infield, or bad throw back into the infield. As we got runners on second and third now for the Volunteers. Redmond is on second. I believe Will Gillis is on third.
2 outs, 2 men on base. Tennessee looking to capitalize on this opportunity here as Polk is just looking to get out of here and get his team back on offense.
Here's Ben Thurman, a guy who usually doesn't start for Tennessee. That one's going to go towards the wall, and it hits off the wall. 1 run's going to score. There's going to be 2 runs, and that is a stand-up double for Ben Thurman.
A great effort from the Tennessee Volunteers. Just as I was saying, John, they need to capitalize on opportunities, and they did just that. 2 runs for the Vols. 2 outs so far in this game. Polk not able to escape just yet, but Hobby Griffin now up to bat for Tennessee. He's going to look to tack on more onto the scoreboard, John.
Definitely wants to tack on more, but what a great hit from Thurman there. 2 RBI double. It's definitely what you like to see, and like I said, he's usually not a starter on this team. There's couple guys that we usually see play for Tennessee are not currently in the lineup today, including Frank Romano, the Italian Stallion. I haven't seen him show up today, so we'll see if he's on the bench.
Your favorite player, John?
Love Frank Romano. Love me some good Italian ball players, if Italians even know how to play baseball.
Maybe if you hang around, you might be able to sign a baseball for you.
That one's going to be hit into left field as well. So Thurman's going to go home. That's going to be another RBI. A great double there from Griffin. So it is now 4-0 Tennessee. And they are having a hot top of the third inning.
And they're really starting to find their footing here, John. So it looks like the slipper fits. And they are letting it fly here. 3 runs just in the top of the third. Right now, the Tennessee Volunteers, they are cooking some heat. Pop fly. We'll try to grab it, and they do.
Right to the pitcher, and that's finally going to be the end of the inning here for Vanderbilt. So they had 2 outs early, but giving up 3 runs there right in the middle gives Tennessee an extended lead. So great hitting performance there for the Volunteers. 2 RBIs from Ben Thurman, another from Hobby Griffin. Both of them doubles out into left field right near that green monster type wall. Great game here so far for Tennessee.
If you're a Tennessee fan, it's a great game. If you're a Vanderbilt fan, I wouldn't say the same thing here. They've really struggled to keep Tennessee off bases. Honestly, the pitching isn't even that bad, though. It looks like Robert Polk, he's kind of finding his groove here. Tennessee, they're just connecting.
They definitely are just connecting. Polk, you know, he's trying his best out there, but judging from Vanderbilt's record, they're not the most complete team as much as Tennessee is, but Nolan Maroth is going to have another chance at the mound here, and let's see if he can take care of business even more. Still only giving up 1 hit in this game and ending the last inning with 3 consecutive strikeouts.
Absolutely. As we warm up here, we're going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back here shortly.
Welcome back to the bottom of the third here. Vanderbilt back up to bat. That one's going to be hit foul. So it is 4-0 now for the Tennessee Volunteers. Big top of the third inning for them. Of course, scoring 1 run in the first as well. Let's see what Vandy can do to respond. That one's going to be outside, so good eye here from James Huang out of Moulton, Alabama. That one's going to be a wild pitch as well, but luckily for Maroth and the Tennessee Volunteers, there was no runners on base. Only counting as a ball.
Tennessee on top of the South Atlantic West with an 8-1 record, as they've found their footing the last couple of weeks. Fell to Auburn, though, in that game last weekend, which proved to be a good contest between both those teams.
Yeah, good contest, and if it weren't for that Georgia Tech loss earlier in the season, they only have 1 loss in the season, but they do have 2 losses, but that's still a very good record, especially for club baseball.
Nolan Maroff pitched that first game. Then Carter Gregory came in and pitched that second game, in which he did a very good job. Ben Thurman, 3 RBIs, too, in that one. Not bad. I mean, again, all across the board, good games. Except for that third game, they fell short. Cosenza was pitching for Tennessee. Auburn just came back in that one. Will Gillis had 3 RBIs in that one as well. So, I mean, all around, Tennessee, as they've played games so far, they've really just come together collectively as a group. And right now, that group's looking pretty solid as they're up 4-0 in this ball game here in Nashville, Tennessee.
Another pitch here from Maroth. That one's going to be just called a ball. There was a walk earlier, so James Huang made his way to first base. Opportunity to advance the runner here for Vanderbilt. That one's going to be outside again, so I believe we have a full count here. This might be the first time in this game that I have seen Nolan Maroth not completely in control. We'll see if that leads to anything. But that one's going to be fouled way over our heads, way over the press box. It's going to land on the street behind us.
I don't hear any car sirens going off, so I don't think it hit a car, John, but wouldn't be surprised if it did.
It's kind of quiet here in Nashville on this Sunday morning. And that one's going to be a swing and a miss, strike 3, so Nolan Maroth retires the batter.
Nolan Maroth holding on here.
As they play Gangnam Style on the loudspeakers. You a fan of that song?
I am a fan of that song, John. I think that song shaped our generation.
Of course, it came out when we were wee little lads, if you will. 2012, I think. I was about 6 years old.
You're correct. I mean, I was a wee little lad, but I was still having fun back then.
Love me some Korean dance music.
And barbecue.
And barbecue.
Have you had it before, John?
Not Korean barbecue, but we did head over to a barbecue place in town yesterday.
I'll tell you one thing. Korean barbecue, it tastes way better than normal barbecue. I'll tell you that.
I should try it out sometime.
It is phenomenal. I might get that later, honestly.
We were supposed to have Thai food last night, but it was raining outside and, you know, tornadoes and such.
It was, wasn't it? A lot of lightning and thunder last night, John.
A lot of lightning and thunder.
Hope you slept good.
I slept all right. Because that one's going to be hit foul again by our Calabasas friend, Zachary Rubenstein. It looks like Bailey Redmond must have tripped himself there trying to recover the ball.
Now, John, I can't confirm whether or not I actually do know him. It just sounds familiar, the name.
Well, I thought you would know everyone from Calabasas, so.
I should, right?
You should.
Calabasas High School.
You're good with connecting with people, and connections make custard. I don't know.
Nolan Maroff with the pitch. As he looks to make this one interesting. Here we go. Swing. Bada, 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 bada. And he gets him out. Nolan Maroff.
Second consecutive strikeout there for Maroth, so Vanderbilt again looking like they're going to be stranding a runner on first. Unless they can get something going here. Walk-up song is a song played during the Vietnam War. It's kind of an interesting choice.
I don't think it was played during the actual Vietnam War, but
it's synonymous with the
it's
Vietnam
associated with it.
Associated, you know.
Due to movies.
I believe it was used in Forrest Gump.
It was
I
also
never
used-
watched the movie.
It was also used in Kong Skull Island. If you've seen that film, John,
I haven't, no.
based on a true story.
What's it about?
King Kong.
Oh. I don't think King Kong's a true story.
Nolan Maroff with the pitch.
That one's going to be a
Strike.
strike. It's Going to tag him out, so that's going to bring us to the end of the bottom of the third, or the end of the third, if you will. Another runner left on first base for Vanderbilt, so they've only had 2 men on base, but they haven't been able to produce anything with it. Volunteers will go back up to bat here at the top of the fourth, continuing to lead 4-0.
Nolan Maroth right now is hotter than Margot Robbie and Wolf of Wall Street. He is playing unbelievably good right now. Well, that'll take us to the bottom of the fourth.
Top of the fourth.
Top of the fourth. So, switch of innings here. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere for some more club baseball here in Nashville, Tennessee.
Welcome back to the top of the fourth inning here. Tennessee against Vanderbilt. Charlie took his sweet time in bringing our broadcast back, and you missed a base hit out into right field.
No, you didn't. Don't worry. He was always there.
It's like the automatic base runners that they got in the major leagues now.
Yeah, that's what it was exactly. Here's the pitch.
But Tennessee here in the top of the fourth gets one quick runner on here. As we got number 17 up to the plate for the Volunteers. It's going to be Eric Swanson.
Swanson looking to maybe knock this one out of the park.
Colin Markey was the one with the base hit, number 6. That one looked like a strike to me, but the umpire disagreed.
Colin Markey's got some wheels on him, John, doesn't he?
Definitely got some wheels, got some power in his bat as well. There's Robert Polk. So far, a pretty solid pitching performance. Yes, he's led in 4 runs in this game, but, you know, it's not surprising when they got a powerhouse hitting team of Tennessee hitting against you. But Polk is definitely holding his own. There isn't much of a bench here for Vanderbilt, so I don't think they can turn to anyone else. As he tried to pick off Markey there at first, unsuccessful.
Vanderbilt with a bit of a smaller roster than most teams in club college baseball. Just looking at standings right now, Vanderbilt 3rd in the South Atlantic West, just ahead of Kennesaw State and Chattanooga, but just under Georgia Tech and Tennessee, who leads.
As Markey's going to try to run to second, and he was hit foul by Eric Swanson, so on rules of technicality, Markey cannot advance to second base, even though we tried to steal. He goes back to first. Swanson here. 2 strikes. That one's going to be hit into center field. It's going to be caught, so that's going to be 1 out. Markey's going to retreat back to first. As we have Christian Cavagnaro up to the plate.
Christian Cavagnaro, such a dangerous player for this Tennessee Vol team. Week 1, Vanderbilt. They went 0-3, losing to Georgia Tech 6-2. Game 2 ended in a score of a lot to a little in favor of Georgia Tech.
what a post to put out there.
Game 3, Georgia Tech won that one, 14-13, a close one. So Vanderbilt kind of put something together there.
Close, high-scoring game. Quick toss to second. That's going to be 1 out, but Cavagnaro is going to make it to first. So the leading runner gets out here for Tennessee. So 2 outs now here in the top of the 4th. Still 1 man on as we got Will Gillis, native of Cumming, Georgia, one of your favorite places.
Get a load of that place, am I right? What a name. Poke up the pitch. Gonna look to try to poke this one through. And get it by.
You say poke or poke?
Poke, poke.
Poke.
You know what sounds good right now is pork, I'll tell you that.
Ooh. Now you got me hungry.
I wish I could DoorDash here.
Think we can DoorDash at a foreign Vanderbilt baseball stadium?
Whoa, watch out.
Cavagnaro tried to steal the base there, but foul ball.
You know, it's been a while since we've announced Tennessee Club Baseball, a little recap of spring break, where the Tennessee Volunteers head down to Panama City Beach, Florida, taking down Kansas with a score of 17-6. Nolan Maroth had himself quite the game there, along with Tommy Convey, 3 RBIs.
Wait, go back to that game. You said 17-6. That one's going to be hit into center field by Gillis. That's going to be caught for the 3rd, so that's going to be the end of the top of the 4th.
I meant 18-6, John. My math was a little off there.
I thought it said 9-2. You got to look at the runs.
Oh, I apologize. 9-2 in that game there.
Charlie was just adding up the runs, hits, and errors
All right,
as if they were all runs.
We don't got to talk about that, John. Again, I'm your boss, so it's fine. Second game, they were able to win 7-1. Quite the game that was. And they also took down Indiana 6-4. Also taking down Iowa 3-1.
Oh, my dad's going to like that. Glad that we took down the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Iowa Hawkeyes. Not bad, honestly, for the Tennessee Vols. Again, that game, though, against Auburn last weekend, took that first one 8-1. Second one 7-2. Then fell just short to Auburn in that final game, 8-7.
So overall, a great couple of games for Tennessee this season. Of course, their last home game of the season was against Penn State, and the rest of the year they've been on the road or in these small spring tournaments. I don't know how fair that schedule is. I wouldn't think it's that fair, but who am I to judge?
As we head to the bottom of the 4th here in Music City.
First up to the play here for Vanderbilt is going to be John Kritz out of Burrington, Rhode Island.
A beautiful state.
I'm sure Burrington is about a day's trip away from every other town imaginable in Rhode Island.
Known for its cheap property taxes and money laundering. As Naroff with the pitch.
Quick back-to-back pitches there. Maroth again very solid in this game. No runs allowed so far, only one base hit given up. One walk, that's going to be foul tip strike. That one's going to be low near the knees. So Kritz has a favorable count here. But we'll see if he can do anything with it. That one's going to be popped high into right field.
Tough visibility. We'll see if he can catch it here, and he does. What a catch.
And that wasn't even the right fielder. I believe that's the second baseman who went all the way out there to grab it.
Beautifully done for Tennessee. Very alert on defense. Tracked that ball the entire way. One out here for the Vols. Swing and a miss.
This is number 99, Graham Seed. He's got Wayne Gretzky's number. Second strike already for him, though. So
Graham Seed, also from Lexington, but not Kentucky, Massachusetts.
yeah, not Lexington, Kentucky. That's going to be a strike three, so Seed's going to strike out very quickly. There is a player on the Vanderbilt roster from Lexington, Kentucky, near where I'm from. I believe he's the guy who led us up to this beautiful press box here at Vanderbilt. Joseph Prizanzano. That one's going to be hit into center field. Looks like it's going to be a line drive, easy out there, and that's going to be a 1-2-3 inning. So Nolan Maroth continues to perform at A tier as the Volunteers are going to go right back up to bat heading into the fifth inning. Very quick first game here in our doubleheader. It's flying by, but Tennessee still leads 4-0 over the Commodores.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be back here shortly for the top of the fifth. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the top of the fifth. A matchup between the Tennessee Volunteers and Vanderbilt Commodores.
Commodores.
Wow, I really butchered that again, didn't I?
You butchered it again.
Vanderbilt Commodores. I knew it as soon as I said it. Dang it. I'll tell you who's not butchering it right now. It's the Tennessee Volunteers as they're up 4-0 in this ball game. Nolan Maroth, he's been pitching good. Bailey Redmond, he's been hitting good all around. A great showing from the boys in white and orange.
Some nice jerseys they got on down there. Vanderbilts are always looking snazzy as well. But we have Max Nathan up to the bat here. Against Robert Polk, he's going to ground that one to second. Quick, easy out. So one down here in the top of the fifth. So Volunteers getting a few runs in the last inning, top of the fourth, to extend their already present lead. It's nothing short of great. As Redmond's going to hit that one to right field, it's going to be a second quick out. So this game flying by again. This is Ben Thurman. He had 2 RBIs in the last inning. Had that great hit off the left field wall. He's going for a bunt. I'm not sure why. Looks like it's a called strike. Thurman looks at the umpire.
Try and bunt it again. Interesting tactic here, John. Do you agree?
I'm not sure if I agree. They've already got 2 outs. They don't have anyone on base, and he's now bunted twice. Both of them called strikes, so now he's down in an 0-2 count. And that's going to be strike 3, and that's the end of the top half of the inning.
A quick one, if you will, John.
Very quick one. I thought Nolan Maroth had a very quick inning. I believe it was bottom of the second or so, but that one might have been a little bit quicker. Less than 2 minutes it seemed like that half inning was.
Absolutely. Nothing to worry about, though. I'm used to making it quick. As Tennessee not able to find anything there. But Nolan Maroth will start pitching here for the Vols and try to make something happen.
Well, he makes everything happen all the time, so just got to keep rolling with what's working, it seems, for the Volunteers.
A lot seems to be working right now for them.
Still haven't had any rain yet this morning, which is always a good sign. That's why I was a little bit concerned that we were actually even doing this game in the first place. I thought there was going to be some rain on the radar, but it seems it's just going to be an overcast sky here in Nashville. But it means that we get to call some baseball. And your favorite sport, Charlie?
Absolutely. One of my many favorite sports. As if you follow Tennessee Club Network, Tennessee Club Sports Network, we'll be covering bass fishing in a couple of weeks, if you're interested.
If we even know how to call it bass fishing.
Fish on! Hold on, it might be a grouper.
Could be a rainbow trout.
He's got a marlin. Charlie, no, we're in a lake.
Or a triggerfish, just like the state fish of Hawaii. But
Nice
Vanderbilt
opening
here in the
pitch.
bottom of the fifth is going to come up to the plate now. This is going to be number 15, Derek Long. Early strike here for Maroth. That one's going to go foul, so 0-2 count.
Oh, 2 count here. Again, Maroth, he's just been so good in this game.
Just like every game, it seems. I don't know if he's got a loss on the season. I don't think so. That one's going to be low, so 1-2 count now. Again, bottom of the fifth. 0 outs. Tennessee still leading 4-0 in this game. Quick timeout, it seems. That one's going to be outside, trying to get Derek Long to chase at it, it seems. Didn't take the bait. But that's going to be a big swing and a miss. Strike three. Maroth gets another strikeout in this game. He's probably got over 5 at this point. As we got one down here in the bottom of the 5th. Again, a doubleheader, so only 7-inning game, so we're over halfway through this first game. Second game should be starting about 20 to 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one.
That one's going to go out of play and probably break a window.
Second strike now. This is Parker Violand, the Las Vegas native. Wonder if he had a chance to go to UNLV before choosing Vanderbilt.
I would have loved going to that school, John.
Would have been a great school.
Absolutely. A lot to do in Vegas if you're a college student.
Over 21.
Hang out with friends. Play cards. Gamble away your life savings in the casino while you wait for your girlfriend to text you back. Even though she's in Fort Lauderdale on spring break.
That's going to be a strike three.
And you haven't heard from her in 2 days.
That's going to be another strikeout there for Nolan Maroth. Actually, that was number 11, Landon Harris, who struck out, not Parker Violand. My mistake. But 2 outs now here in the bottom of the 5th. As this is James Huang for Vanderbilt.
Nolan Maroff looking to get his team back on offense in this one. Here's the pitch. A little off there. I'm just going to call that a ball.
1-2 count now, so one more strike and you can get another strikeout.
James Huang.
Huang is going to call time. Try to get himself centered here a little bit. Here's the pitch from Maroth. Big swing and a miss. That was the second strike. Swings there. Throw to first. Going to get him out, and that'll take us to the top of the 6th. So Vanderbilt, again, I believe they've only had 2 runners on base in this game. 1 off a hit, 1 off a walk. So not producing much of anything on offense as Tennessee continues to take care of business here at Hawkins Field in Nashville.
A fun one it's been. Tennessee up 4-0. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back here shortly for the top of the 6th.
Welcome back here in Nashville, top of the 6th. Volunteers continue to lead 4-0 here. Hobby Griffin, the freshman, native of Tennessee, is up to the plate here for the Volunteers. He had a great base hit a couple innings ago. He's going to line that one to shortstop. Big throw. Can he get to first? No, it's going to get away. Griffin's going to be safe at first. So it looked like it was going to be an easy out for Vanderbilt, but the throw is off target. But again here, Tennessee leading 4-0. Scoring runs in first and fourth inning.
He's safe. Well done.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Bit of a delayed reaction there.
Yeah. We are very professional up here with Charlie on his phone.
I'm checking stats.
Checking statistics for all you viewers at home to help us out. This is
Absolutely.
Jake Overton.
Jake Overton making contact there. Just out of play. Ever so slightly.
This offense just in this game, just like it has been all season for Tennessee, has been very solid. Getting runners in scoring position, getting people on base. That's what you need in a game of baseball if you want to rack up some runs. Vanderbilt's offense, on the other hand, hasn't been able to do that, and it's partially due to Tennessee's star pitcher, Nolan Maroth, doing his part and making sure that Tennessee's defense is elite level.
Here's poke. That ball is gonna go all the way up.
It's going to be caught for an out, so Overton's going to head back to the dugout.
I was gonna say that ball went all the way up into illegal airspace.
Yeah. Umpire took off his mask, and it looked like he was going to catch it himself there for a second.
He was just looking to not get hit, I'm pretty sure.
Just like you a couple weekends ago,
Tell you what,
looking up in the air and
I
make
haven't
sure
been
you're not getting hit.
I haven't been scared since I've been really broadcasting, but I was scared that time.
Feared for your life. As this is Colin Markey. Runner's going to go. There is going to be no throw, so runner advancing to second base there. That was Hobby Griffin.
One of Hobby Griffin's favorite hobbies is hitting that ball.
So many jokes you can make with that.
You really can. I just found out the other day what a Hobby Lobby was. Interesting concept.
It's like a arts and crafts store, right?
I have no idea, to be honest.
That was the first time you ever heard of a Hobby Lobby?
Yep.
Wow.
Absolutely. As trying to steal one back there on second base, but here's Poke. He's going to look to wrap things up and try to get something going on offense. That's one thing Vanderbilt, they have struggled to do so far in this game in just the last couple of weeks.
Two 2-1 count here. Again, Griffin on second base. Markey's going to hit that one to right field. Griffin's going to go home. Here comes the throw. It's not going to be in time, so that's going to be another run for Tennessee. That's going to make it 5-0. An RBI for Markey, who, for not being one of the starting players, is having himself a great game. So Eric Swanson now, top of the batting order yet again. That one's going to be hit to right field. Similar base hit. It's going to advance all the runners. So now first and second base occupied for Tennessee. Still only one out in the top of the sixth. And it might seem like things are getting a little bit away from Robert Polk here for Vanderbilt as we're going to have a mound visit.
Well, the Volunteers starting to find their groove once again, as they did earlier on in this game. Getting a run there. It's been a while we've had a run in the first game of this doubleheader on this beautiful day in Nashville, Tennessee, John. But looks like we might possibly get a pitching change. We'll see if they do. And it looks like they're going to be sticking with Robert Polk. As number 4, he'll stay up there on the mound. One out here. 2 men on base. One on first, one on second.
Wonder how many pitchers that Vanderbilt even has in the lineup. Again, we mentioned earlier that's kind of a small group of players here for Commodores, which I'm kind of surprised by, given the D1 team. But maybe all the better players are actually playing D1 ball for Vanderbilt. And here in club baseball, it's just kids who want to play baseball and have a good time.
Absolutely. And that's the point of club sports all around the board. Play ball and have a good time in a low-stake environment where you can just hang out with your friends and hit balls all day. And hit home runs.
Sometimes.
Which we've yet to see in a club baseball game this year so far.
Kind of got except for that left field green monster, we kind of got a low outfield, so power hitter like Bailey Redmond could possibly hit a home run in this park. Should be fantastic to see as Christian Cavagnaro fouls that one off to left.
It's definitely doable. We just haven't seen it.
Again, runners on first and second here for Tennessee. Top of the sixth in the 7-inning first game of our doubleheader. Big swing by Cavagnaro. That's going to strike him out. So Robert Polk getting some kind of relief there, as that's going to give us our second out here. And now Will Gillis having himself a game. Maybe not one of his better performances, but he's been pretty solid, just like the entire Tennessee roster has. But we're getting yet another mound visit here. Just talk things over between the catcher and Robert Polk. Still 2 outs, so a ground ball would not be potent for the Volunteers. That one's going to be way outside to Gillis. Well, that one's going to curve inside, so favorable count here. Couple early balls. That one's going to be fouled off. Straight to that construction area down the right field again. It is kind of a gloomy day here in Nashville. Still overcast skies, but we haven't had any rain yet, which is always a good sign.
Always a good sign. I thought it would maybe clear up a little as far as clouds. It seems like it hasn't yet. Although I don't even think that's true. I kind of just made that up. I don't think it will be clearing up anytime soon. Last week in all across Tennessee was warm weather. 80s, high 80s actually, John, even in Knoxville. However, I was looking at the weather report for this next week, and it's going to go back down to 50s and 60s. So a lot of places have seasons, uh, in other states, countries. Tennessee, we have seasons too. Winter, summer, spring, and fall. But here in Tennessee, we just call that Thursday.
In Minnesota, they have 4 seasons as well. Winter, more winter, still winter, and road construction. Those are the 4 seasons in Minnesota.
In Los Angeles, we just have sunny, sunny, and sunny.
But we did have a walk there for Will Gillis, so the bases are going to be loaded. And it looks like finally for Vanderbilt, they're going to be taking Robert Polk off the mound, so we are going to have a pitching change here for Vanderbilt. The honors are going to go to a new pitcher, number 2.
Anonymous.
Anonymous for Vandy. Of course, we check out these players from stats websites for college club baseball, but not all of them have a number listed to them, and we have their names, we just don't know their numbers, but we'll be trying to get that information shortly as to...
I will scroll all over Instagram until I find who number 2 is on Vanderbilt Club Baseball. If anyone's watching in the comments and knows who number 2 is, has any affiliation to him, mother, father, brother, girlfriend, boyfriend, I don't know which way he swings, but if you know who number 2 is, please let us know. Well, welcome back.
Whoever this new pitcher is, fact of the matter is that Tennessee has bases loaded here. Top of the 6th, still 2 outs, so only 1 out needed to get out of this inning. So we have another pitch there. Oh, that one's going to go way past the batter. People looking to advance, but decide not to. Catcher snags it up pretty quickly.
2 outs, 2 men on base here.
3 men on base.
3 men on base, excuse me. Base is loaded.
Here's the windup. That one's going to be hit into left field. It's going to be a big base hit. Looks like it's going to drive in 2 runs. So that's going to extend the lead for Tennessee up to 7-0. Runners on first and second.
Two scores for Tennessee. There's now runners on first and second, too.
A 2 RBI single there for the Volunteers. That one going to Max Nathan. This is Bailey Redmond, as we've been mentioning, a power hitter. We'd love for him to get a home run here, either center or right field, except he's going to hit that one behind home plate right in front of us. but he definitely swings for the fences all the time, and most definitely would get quite a few cheers here if he's able to hit it out of the park. But that's going to be a big swing and the miss, and Vanderbilt's finally going to get out of the inning. Tennessee piles on 2 more runs here at the top of the 6th. Commodores will come back up to bat, see if they can put anything on the board, but with Nolan Maroth on the mound, it's going to be very difficult.
Very difficult indeed. Tennessee up 7-0 in this one as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Well, we'll take a quick little commercial break here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back. Tennessee versus Vanderbilt, this club baseball game. Bottom of the 6th now, as Vanderbilt still only have had 2 men on base this entire game. Not able to produce much offense, especially with Nolan Maroth on the mound. He's had a great pitching performance, quite a few strikeouts, forcing a lot of outs as well. That one's going to be hit to third. Easy throw there, easy out. So 1 down here in the bottom of the 6th. Again, there's only a 7-inning game. Doubleheader here in Nashville. We were supposed to play 3 games over this weekend, but yesterday's events were canceled due to rain and weather. Of course, the weather's still a kind of an issue, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, but there's been no rain this morning as Maroth kind of chucks that one over the head of Derek Long. Lucky he didn't get hit. Quick reflexes, able to duck it. It's like he's playing dodgeball out there.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a baseball. As the saying goes.
First strike for Maroth down the middle.
Dodge a wrench, you can dodge baseball.
That's going to be a second one.
Continuing his dominance. Will be interesting to see if Maroth even decides to pitch this second game in this doubleheader, John.
No, I'm sure they'll go to a different pitcher. You don't want pitchers pitching 2 games in a row. You know, they'll tire out easily, could blow out their elbow or something. So that's why they need days of rest between pitchers.
It's Carter Gregory available today along with Kopka. Jack Moriarty, you got a lot of guys out there for Tennessee you could choose from. Who would you want to see pitching in the second game, John?
You know, I kind of want Carter Gregory to get a little bit of a redemption. You know, he's one of the guys who has one of the 2 recorded losses on the season for Tennessee. So, and it wasn't a bad loss either. He pitched very well, but Tennessee just wasn't able to produce much offense in that Georgia Tech game. So yeah, I'd definitely like to see Gregory on the mound there and hopefully get a win in the second game against Vanderbilt. But Zachary Rubenstein is going to get a walk. So he makes it to third base, so first base, so just the third runner here that Vanderbilt's been able to get on in this game. He's going to go for second. Big throw. He's going to get there in time, so stolen base for Rubenstein. And for the first time in this game, Vanderbilt's got a runner in scoring position. Charlie, now that they have a runner on second, what do you think Vanderbilt needs to do to get someone to drive home?
Well, usually I would just ask whoever's sober and see who has their keys on them, and then just get in the car and ask them to, you know,
We're talking about baseball here.
go to my house. But as far as the baseball game, if I'm Vanderbilt, you just got to start getting hits. I mean, it's easier said than done, but one thing they're kind of allowing Tennessee to do is just dominate as far as pitching, and that's all because of Nolan Maroth. He's absolutely on fire this game, and he is feeling himself. It's making it very hard for this Vanderbilt team to even have a chance in this one.
Yeah, definitely not with another strikeout there for Maroth, so gets his second out in the bottom of the sixth. This is John Kritz up to the plate. Again, runner on second. Oh, that one's going to be a base hit. Not a base hit. It's going to go to first. And that'll be another 1-2-3 inning for the Volunteers. Nolan Maroth continues to take care of business. Still 7-0 Tennessee as we head into the seventh inning, the final inning of the first game of our doubleheader here. Volunteers on top.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sticking with us today. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back here shortly for the last inning, top of the seventh in this doubleheader in Nashville, Tennessee. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the top of the seventh in this last inning in a doubleheader. We'll be back here again shortly in about 30 minutes for the second game in this series. Again, we were supposed to play yesterday at 9 a.m., but due to weather, inclement weather, we were not able to have those games. So that's why we're having both of them on this beautiful Sunday morning here in Nashville, Tennessee. Up to pitch for Vanderbilt. We have no idea
But he did get a strikeout there against Ben Thurman, so great pitching there from him, whoever he is. No disrespect to Vanderbilt, but when roster pages are not updated, we're not sure who some of these players are. Again, we have names, we just don't have any numbers linked to the names.
I'll tell you what, though, he's looking solid out there, whoever this guy is. Mystery Man.
The unknown pitcher. That one's going to be hit by Hobby Griffin, straight to the shortstop. Big grab by the first baseman, steps on the bag just in time. That's going to be a second out. And while we weren't able to cover baseball yesterday, Charlie Serafian, our great color commentator today, was calling some hockey games in Clarksville, Tennessee, one of our favorite towns.
If you're ever thinking of visiting Clarksville, Tennessee on a whim, I suggest you don't. Not exactly a tourist destination, Clarksville, Tennessee. I think I saw a total of 7 buildings over 200 feet. And a total of 15 people.
Many of them were tourists, though, so might be a little bit of a bustling town. Only when hockey's being played.
In Clarksville, Tennessee. The club college hockey capital of the world. In the midst of a tornado. Nashville, bit of a better city, I'll say, as this mystery man for Vanderbilt seems to be starting off hot in this one.
It's definitely starting off hot. It might be a little bit too late for Vanderbilt. Of course, the top of the 7th. That one is going to be a called strikeout. It looked way outside. I don't know if I agree with the umpire there, but that's going to be the 3rd out. Vanderbilt's going to get one last chance at bat to maybe get at least one run on the board so that they're not shut out. But Tennessee is still 7-0.
Hopefully they'll be able to do so. Maybe come back in this game. Who knows? John, what do you want to see here from your Vanderbilt to even have a chance?
They need to get guys on base. That's what they need. They've only had 3 guys on base all game. They've only had 1 base hit. And maybe that's not a testament to Vanderbilt's offense, but just a testament to Nolan Maroth's pitching, which, just like every game this season, has been absolutely fantastic for the Volunteers. So
it's always hard to get on base, I would know. As Tennessee, they've really just been dominating across all ends of this game. I mean, I guess if you're Vanderbilt, you really just want to try to hit the ball and get it out of the park.
yeah, that's what they could wish for, but sometimes the easiest runs are the ones you score off of simple base hits. They would just need a string of about 9 of those to even tie this game up.
Quick look again at the power rankings across NCBA Division I. Week 19, introducing the Rawlings Top 20 poll. Coming in at number 1, it's Grand Canyon. They've been at number 1 for a little bit now. Penn State, they were at number 1. However, Tennessee, taking them down a couple of weeks ago, dropped them to 2. Cal Poly slow in that number 3 spot. Tennessee Volunteers, the number 4. You got a lot of great teams on here, John. Many teams that can make an impact and make a deep run. Which team on this list really stands out to you?
Well, for me on that list, I think it's easily number 9, who I saw earlier, is Arlington Baptist out of Arlington, Texas. And I looked it up. The school has about 200 kids attending it. And yet they have a club baseball team that's top 10 in the country. How about that?
How about that? 200 kids, and 5% of them are on the club baseball team.
It's amazing to think about, but, sometimes smaller schools, Vanderbilt doesn't have that many students compared to Tennessee, but they have solid athletics all around in club and Division I sports.
One team that really stands out to me on that list is the University of Oregon, the Ducks. They've got a solid program they're building up there in Eugene, which could be a dynasty in a couple of years, as the Ducks could make a run this year come playoff time. As we'll come back now to the mound where Nolan Maroth is up to pitch for Tennessee.
This is number 99, Graham Seed for Vanderbilt. Again, out of Lexington, Massachusetts. But that one's going to be a called strike. Maroth is going to get another strikeout in this game. Could be his 8th or 9th so far. There's 1 out down here in the bottom of the 7th, so a couple more pitches from Maroth, and it seems that Vandy will be out of luck here in this first game of our doubleheader. Big swing and a miss there. That's number 21, Parker Violand. Vandy just trying to get anyone on base. Good attempt there. Hit to third, but it's going to be a second easy out. So one more out here for Nolan Maroth, and he would have pitched a shutout.
What a stat for him. As a little birdie told me, he has a couple Division II and III programs looking at him right now. Possibly transferring and continuing a college baseball career, John.
That would be impressive for him to go to another school, play some more baseball. It would be kind of disappointing for him to leave Tennessee, though, just because he's been one of their best players all season.
Maybe a possibility for grad school. Here's Maroff looking to put it away here. The pitch just outside as the dugout feels it coming. Nolan Maroff. As we got a hit. It's a foul ball just out. Looking to put this one away here. Here's Maroff. One more pitch will do it. Playing with his food here. Just trying to put this one away. And he's done it! Nolan Maroff wins game 1 for the Tennessee Volunteers. Unbelievable game there, John.
Great performance there for Tennessee, especially Nolan Maroth. He took care of business. Only let in 1 hit the entire game, so he was this close to a no-hitter. But the Volunteers wrap up the first game of our doubleheader 7-0. Perfect shutout here. As again, we'll have our second game here in about 20 to 30 minutes or less. We're not sure.
It could be in right away. Who knows? But we're going to go ahead and take a quick little break here. We'll be back here shortly for game 2. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Game 2 of this doubleheader between Tennessee and Vanderbilt. What was an extremely exciting first game, John. That first one, Tennessee was able to take it 7-0 with the help of immaculate pitching from none other than Nolan Maroff. What a game that was. My name's Charlie Serafian, joined by John Hansen. We're here in Nashville, Tennessee to get set for the second game here in this doubleheader series for NCBA baseball. Tennessee right now on top of the South Atlantic West Conference, number 1, followed by Vanderbilt at number 2. We'll take a quick look at the power rankings, John. Again, we were just talking about it earlier on. Right now, Grand Canyon at top at that number 1 seed in all of NCBA Division 1 baseball for the Week 19 Rawlings Top 20 poll. Again, a team that stuck out to you was Arlington Baptist, John, a team with only, 200 so-on kids?
Yeah.
John, a man of many words.
200 some kids, and they're top 10 in club baseball.
Unbelievable. It's really phenomenal when 10 to 15% of your entire student body is on your club baseball team. But we're back here for the start of this one.
This is Christian Cavagnaro. He's going to hit it out into left field to start this second game of the doubleheader. It's going to be a quick out for the Volunteers. As Vanderbilt already in this game gets 1 out to start. And the pitcher who was pitching at the end of our first game, we finally got a name for him, Charlie.
And what would that be, John?
Johnny Flaherty is on the mound for the Vanderbilt Commodores. So throughout most of the last game, it was Robert Polk, but he got switched out for Johnny Flaherty. We have his name. He's starting off in the second game here. So that's always great to see.
Yeah, not too bad of a start. Starting off towards the end of that second game. Was able to get a strikeout in that one, as he'll start off hot for Vanderbilt here in this second game.
We got Tyler McKay at the bat for Tennessee. I don't know what happened to his pants, but they look pretty dirtied up there. They are wearing white, of course, but McKay's going to hit it out to right field. It's going to be an easy grab as Vanderbilt now gets the second out of the inning. So good start here for Johnny Flaherty already. He was looking pretty solid at the end of the first game. Looks like that's been continuing into this second game of our doubleheader. We are broadcasting this from the Vanderbilt Commodores press box here at Hawkins Field, the actual baseball stadium right here on campus. It's a wonderful press box as we've got to tour around it a little bit. But now this is number 16, Thomas Convey, up to bat for the Volunteers. So a completely different lineup for Tennessee between the first and second games. The only name I recognize that was going to be playing in both games was Christian Cavagnaro, who was the leadoff batter here in the second game. But other than that, a completely different lineup, trying to get everyone to play some baseball. And a lot of today's lineup for the second game here for Tennessee is non-starters. Well, mixed in with some starters as well. But it's definitely not the best lineup Tennessee could put out there, but I'm sure they just want everyone to play a little bit, as Johnny Flaherty looks a little bit upset that that wasn't a called strike and a strikeout.
Absolutely. I think they're just going to want to switch things around, especially taking down this Vanderbilt team by 7 in that early game. So they'll look to switch things up. Carter Gregory, I believe you said, is going to get the pitch and start for Tennessee once they get up to start pitching up there on the mound. But again, interesting to see how this Tennessee Volunteer team switches things around as the game goes on.
As we saw in the first game, it was a great pitching performance from Maroff, 7-0. And what looked to be a strikeout for Flaherty is going to end up being a walk. So Thomas Convey is going to end up at first base. Still 2 outs here, but here comes the Italian stallion, Frank Romano. Number 12 here for
Your
the Tennessee
favorite
Volunteers.
player, John.
My favorite player. One of your favorites as well, Charlie. He's a powerhouse hitter. He's well built. Kind of like Bailey Redmond. Strikes the ball well. Hits it out into the outfield many times. Usually extra base hits or more.
Here
Here
comes the
comes
pitch.
Flaherty's gonna throw to first.
Let's try to steal one there. John, we haven't seen a successful base steal in all of the games we've announced so far this season.
That's not true. We saw one last game, Charlie.
We've only seen one successful base
I think
steal.
we've seen multiple stolen bases, or at least I've seen them. I don't know.
Maybe I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, maybe you weren't paying attention.
when we saw that happen, but allegedly.
I can attest to you that we most definitely saw multiple stolen bases in the last game alone. So Convey does make his way up to second, so we now have a runner in scoring position. Top of the first in our second game of our doubleheader. Remember, these are only going to be 7-inning games. Frank Romano still at the plate. That one's going to be inside. Called ball.
Romano dodged that one just a little bit.
Wind up. That one's going to be hit into left field for Romano. He's going to make his way to first. It's going to bring Convey home. Romano's actually going to round his way to second. He's going to get there in time. And that's what we expected from Frank Romano, a big 1 RBI double. And just like in the first game, Tennessee's got itself a early 1-0 lead here. What'd you see on that play, Charlie?
Basically, a big hit from Romano caused Convey to come around the bases and score. That's what I saw.
I'm sure that's what all the viewers at home saw with their well-put camera here.
Definitely a bit of a better angle. Kind of see everything going on out there on Hopkins Field. Home of the two-time College World Series champions, the Vanderbilt Commodores.
Our fifth batter here is Patrick O'Toole, wearing jersey number 4. O'Toole, another one of those players that's not usually a starter, but he's going to blast that one to center, but it's going to drop right into the center fielder's glove, and that's going to end the top of the first here. As Tennessee gets another early run on the board, 1-0. Volunteers on top as Vanderbilt's going to look for an answer. Let's see if they can have more of an answer than they did in the last game against new pitcher Carter Gregory.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see what Carter Gregory does in this one. Tennessee starting off exactly how they did in that last game, John.
Yeah, very similar start. Again, just 1 run in the first inning, but in our first game, we saw the first run being scored off of a pop fly and then a tag to home plate. That one was a base hit, a double, if you will, from Frank Romano that drove the run home. So he's got an RBI on the day.
What do you want to see here from Carter Gregory to hopefully recreate what we saw from Nolan Maroff not too long ago in that first game of this doubleheader, John?
You know, I don't think it's fair to say that Carter Gregory is on the level of Nolan Maroff, but he's a really good pitcher in his own right, and we've seen him pitch a couple games already, and he's had some fantastic work keeping runners at bay. You know, he does tend to get in some situations, but he's able to get out of them as well as any other pitcher in club baseball. So for Gregory, you know, let's roll with what you got. He knows his strengths, and the team knows his strengths, and you know, when you know all that and you can perform to the best of your ability, good things will happen.
Absolutely. As batting for Vanderbilt, it's going to be Derek Long.
Zachary Rubenstein, actually, number 35.
Zachary Rubenstein.
Your
Excuse me.
friend from Calabasas.
We'll see what he can do. Up here. Too bad.
First pitch there, that's going to be fouled behind, so early 1 strike here for Gregory on the mound. Again, a completely different lineup than what we saw in the last game for Tennessee in this doubleheader, getting everyone to play just a little bit, but for Vanderbilt, I believe it's going to look more of the same, as we did see Rubenstein in the last game. Small roster here for Vanderbilt. Not as many players as Tennessee has brought along with them on the road trip here to Nashville. That one's going to be hit by Rubenstein down the right field line. It's going to curve foul again. So he's got 2 strikes. Gregory trying to get his first strike out of the game. That was just going to be up high. So Rubenstein breathes a sigh of relief. Again, he's a freshman from Calabasas, California, near where Charlie's from, but that one's going to be a swing and a miss, but they're going to throw him out at first. So 1 strikeout for Carter Gregory to start this game, just as Nolan Maroth did in our first game.
Not a bad start for Carter Gregory. Again, you have a lot of depth at pitching for this Tennessee club baseball team, which is something you love to see. It's really good to have that in club college baseball, especially when you have situations where players can't make games, they can't show up. So just to have that available is really nice.
So it is the bottom of the first. 1 out. That pitch looked inside. Nearly hit the batter in the face, but he was able to duck and avoid it. Big swing there, though. Vanderbilt was only able to get 3 people on base in the last game. 2 walks and 1 base hit. Only advanced 1 runner to even second base, so for Vanderbilt, their batting has definitely been a bit of a problem in these 2 games so far. Offense has been basically non-existent. But that one's going to get a runner on, so we have a walk here for Vanderbilt.
A nice walk-up song. Ventura Highway. One of the many highways I've driven on in my time in the beautiful state of California.
I will say, kind of interestingly, the 3rd batter up here is Robert Polk, who was the starting pitcher in the last game. He wasn't on offense at all in the last game, but did have as well as a pitching performance as he could have gotten, even in a loss. But maybe he's more of an offensive player. We'll see here. Wind up runner goes. There's not going to be a throw, so Vanderbilt's going to get a guy on second.
Not bad, John, not bad. Vanderbilt looking a little better than they did in this game earlier. Actually kind of making something happen on offense. Only 1 out here so far. If they're able to maybe get a run or get a couple guys on base, I'd say that's a plus for their program. So they're going to get 2 now. 2 men on base, 1 on first, 1 on second. We'll talk things over with Carter Gregory right now as the catcher goes to meet him out there on the mound.
And you know, we're definitely seeing early on in this game how crucial walks can be. It's one of those overlooked statistics in baseball that not many people think about a walk all that much, but a walk leads to a runner on base, and Carter Gregory's already thrown 2 walks so far in this game, and Vanderbilt for the first time, we didn't even see this in the last game, but they have 2 runners on. As we have number 99, Graham Seed, up to the bat. That one's going to be a ball, so we're going to have a 1-1 count here.
Gregory's got to be aware of his surroundings here. Vanderbilt wouldn't be surprised if they try to steal one here from him. That one's going to go out of play into the parking lot.
There's a bird right next to a baseball on top of the netting right here in front of us. Straight ahead is Gregory's going to throw to second.
He's the backup catcher, John.
Definitely is the backup catcher. He's clearly already caught one, so actually there's a few baseballs up here in the netting.
Few birds up here in Nashville. Getting a chance to look at the flora and the fauna.
Long at bat here for Graham Seed. You know, that might be one of the strategies for Vanderbilt, is to get Gregory to throw a lot of pitches, especially on one batter. Tire him out a little bit, as that one's going to get away from the catcher. Runners are going to advance, so Vanderbilt, we did not see this at all in the last game, but they now have 2 runners in scoring position, second and third. Again, only 1 base hit for Vanderbilt so far in these 2 games of our doubleheader, but that doesn't mean that they can't get a base hit at all. As Graham Seed still at the plate. That one's going to be a check swing, and it's going to be a strikeout, so Carter Gregory gets his 2nd strikeout in the game. So 2 outs now here for Vanderbilt. They would be very disappointed if they're not able to get a run on the board here.
Tennessee in a bit of dangerous territory early on in this one. So they're going to try to just get out of here. Again, only 1 out here, John. So they're going to look to really try to hold on. But Vanderbilt, they're knocking at the door. So we'll see if they can score what would be their first run of the day.
This is John Kritz, who we saw in the last game. That one's going to be hit to second base. And it's going to be an easy out, and Tennessee's going to get out of the inning unscathed. Maybe not completely unscathed, as Gregory let up a few walks and proved kind of costly, but Tennessee's defense was able to hold up as the Volunteers continue to lead 1-0 here in the 2nd game of our doubleheader after 1 inning.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be back here shortly for the top of the 2nd. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the top of the second. Once again, my name is Charlie Sarafian, accompanied by the incredibly talented John Hansen. John, here's the pitch. So Flaherty getting the start here in the second game of the doubleheader. He ended up coming in for Robert Polk towards the end of that first game. What do you like so far from Flaherty and what he's doing?
You know, Flaherty, I think, has cleaned up the pitching a little bit here for Vanderbilt. Like you said, we saw him in the last game. Uh, he had a really great performance trying to limit Tennessee's scoring there at the end, but it was an easy win for the Volunteers. But so far early in this game, yes, he's given up a run already, but I feel like he's definitely keeping Vanderbilt in this game. As Jake Ziegelmeyer's going to hit that one to shortstop, it's going to be the first out. Ziegelmeyer, another one of those Tennessee players who we haven't seen all too often this season, but he is in the lineup here in this game. Just as the next batter is number 9, Brandon Uzarski. So some new names here for the Tennessee Volunteers in their lineup. As that one's going to be a swing and a miss, so strike for Uzarski. One out here in the top of the second. That one's going to be hit by Uzarski into right center field. Is it going to drop? No, it's going to be caught by the right fielder. So 2 quick outs here for Flaherty. Like we said, already gave up 1 run in the first, but didn't do too much damage.
Not a bad start here for Flaherty, making it kind of difficult for Tennessee to really get anyone on base. So they got one earlier. A good start. So 1-0 right now in the game. Flaherty right now kind of falling into rhythm here. Just outside. We'll call that a ball.
This is number 14, Henry Dalpraw, sophomore from Little Silver, New Jersey. Just like Vanderbilt, Tennessee's got a lot of players coming from all over the place. Alabama, Virginia, Maryland, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Illinois. University of Tennessee brings a lot of out-of-state students to their campus.
They certainly do, John.
Including you and I.
Absolutely. Technically, though, rumor has it, I'm actually in-state.
Very true.
Due to my family moving to Nashville, Tennessee, where we are today.
But that's going to be a big strikeout for Dalpraw, and that's going to be a 1-2-3 easy inning for Johnny Flaherty. So great pitching performance from him. That's going to bring us to the bottom of the second. Vanderbilt's going to go right back on offense. They were able to get something going in the last inning. So maybe they can finally put their first run on the board here in the bottom of the second. As Tennessee still leads 1-0. All right, welcome back to the bottom of the second inning. Vanderbilt right back up to bat, as Tennessee continues to lead our second game of our doubleheader 1-0. Vanderbilt looked pretty good at the last inning on offense, something they definitely need to improve on after a shutout loss in our first game. But it is getting kind of chilly out there as the Vanderbilt batters are wearing some sweatshirts underneath their jerseys. This is number 19 in the Commodore lineup. Don't have a name for him. But Carter Gregory still on the mound here for the Volunteers. Had a couple strikeouts in the last inning, but again had a little bit of trouble with some of those walks that ended up getting runners advanced to second and third. Luckily for Gregory, Vanderbilt wasn't able to capitalize on it. That one's going to be grounded to second. Tough throw. He's going to get there in time.
What a play.
What a play there. That's going to be the first out.
That's what you have to do in tight situations like this. An unbelievable effort there from what might have been Hobby Griffin.
I don't believe Hobby Griffin's in the lineup in this game.
We'll get an exact check on who that was. But what an incredible play there from the outfield.
That one's going to be a big swing and a miss.
Here comes the pitch. Made contact a little far to the left.
Vanderbilt, with their loss in the last game, now goes to 2-10 overall in the season. So not a great season for Vanderbilt baseball, 2-8 in the conference. But the one thing they do have is that they get to play at this wonderful Hawkins Field in Nashville, right in the heart of Nashville, that we've been lucky to attend and call a game here from.
Gotta say, I guess I could confidently say, one of the best setups we've had so far for, I guess, every club sport, honestly. Would you say the same, John?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, comparing this to some of the high school fields we were at for Tennessee, it's definitely a step up.
So Matthew Morin, a sophomore out of Groton, Massachusetts, he made that play out there in the outfield for Tennessee, which was an incredible one.
That one's going to be hit. Shortstop. Easy throw. That's going to be the third out. And an easier inning for Carter Gregory, able to take care of business there. As the Volunteers get 3 outs and they continue to lead 1-0 after 2 innings.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere, as Tennessee leads 1-0 at the end of the second. We'll be back here shortly for the third inning. Don't go anywhere. Once again, my name is Charlie Sarafian, joined by John Hansen, bringing you Club College Baseball from Tennessee Club Sports Network. And we're back for the top of the third.
This is Matthew Morin at the plate. Matt Morin, if you will. Like you said, Charlie, he was the one who made that spectacular play from second base, throwing to first in the last inning on defense.
Absolutely. He's been playing great.
Here's the pitch from Flaherty. Ooh, big swing and a miss from Morin. Tennessee still continues to lead 1-0 in their second game of this doubleheader. Popped high out into left center field. It's going to be caught by the center fielder, so Morin's going to get out. So 1 out here.
Special guest on the broadcast is Vice President and pitcher Nolan Maroth will be taking over for commentary for however long he wants to.
Yes, we have the great Nolan Maroth, who had a fantastic pitching performance in the last game, got the shutout.
Yeah.
How was it?
It was good. It felt good. Battling some sickness. Broadway took a little toll on me Friday night, but battled through. But definitely a good game.
I don't know if you were paying much attention, but from what I gathered, you only let up 1 hit in the last game.
Yeah.
So you were that close to getting a no-hitter
I know.
as well.
Had a few games like that. Never threw a no-hitter, but plenty of 1-hit performances. So a little bummed out, but it's all right.
But yeah, you had a great pitching performance. You've had great pitching performances all throughout the season. You know, I don't want to make you humble or something.
No, it's okay. You know, it takes a team. You know, I've had some really good defense all year. Boys are playing really well. I mean, it takes all 33 guys to get wins and do what we're doing. So everybody's contributing a lot, which is something special. It means a lot for all the guys to buy in, and everybody playing really well so far.
How do you prepare for games like these? Go out there and pitch close to, 80, 90 pitches throughout a game.
Yeah.
How do you prepare for something like that?
I mean, just simple stuff, staying hydrated, getting sleep the night before. The nice thing about pitching usually on Saturdays is, you could pitch Saturday and you got, Saturday night to have festivities. But this weekend was a little bit different with the rain. But, yeah, just a lot of sleep night before, staying hydrated, doing what you need to do, during the week and all that. But it's good. I mean, a lot of definitely takes a little bit of work, but it's worth it in the end. It pays off.
Absolutely, Nolan. Great pitcher for this Tennessee Club baseball team. Did you guys get a chance to build any team chemistry out on Broadway this weekend?
Oh, let me tell you, we built a lot of chemistry. Unfortunately, it's about a 50-50 split between guys that take part of what Broadway has to offer past 8 p.m. On a weekend, but the guys that were able to make it out on Friday, we definitely built some chemistry. A lot of good times. Got to hit up hometown kid Morgan Wallen. Got to see check his spot out. It was a really good time. Really good time.
Absolutely, Broadway. Pretty fun strip of restaurants and bars. From what I can remember when I decided to head out there, but not a bad city to be in to play some club baseball, especially when you were able to win that first game 7-0. Tell us, what was in your mind while you were pitching on not only a good field, but a great field in Hawkins Field, right where the 2-time defending College World Series champions have played?
It's a lot of fun. I'm just going out there, same mindset as I always do. Just looking to, throw strikes and do what I do, staying on top, getting ahead of counts. I think I only had 1 walk, which is big. Last weekend walked a lot of guys. So just throwing strikes, definitely probably the nicest field I've pitched at in game. It's really nice out here. Always heard about it, and always wanted to make a trip out here. So first time in Nashville has definitely been a good time.
Absolutely. Could we be expecting maybe an Instagram post of you up there on the mound?
I think so. I think that's probably a minus 10,000 odd bet right there. I think you can expect that pretty soon.
Absolutely. I might go ahead and take a photo down there myself just to throw up on the story.
Oh.
Hopefully the X sees it and thinks I'm on to big things. But
Got to.
very fun so far. I'm going to hand the mic back to John.
Yeah, thanks for taking my spot, Charlie, without asking permission for. I guess you did ask permission first, but that'll come out of your paycheck. So, I do want to correct you, Nolan. You had 2 walks in the last game. Not
2
that I'm
walks.
counting or anything.
It's all right.
That one's into center field.
Yep. Yeah, Carter's doing the same thing. He had 2 walks in the first inning. You know, it's something we've been trying to work on. You know, big thing in club baseball is a lot of walks. You see, that's how you get hurt. Because you walk guys, you give them free bases. All it takes is 1 hit. So, but yeah, no walks since the first inning for Carter, which is good. So, you know, we're all trying to improve on that. You know, some good days, some bad days, but.
Now, as a pitcher, does it make much of a difference of you taking like 3 pitches to get a batter out, or throwing like 10 pitches to get a batter out?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it takes too much of a physical toll. It all depends on the situation, but the mental toll, I think, is the big part. You never want to throw, 8, 9, 10 pitches to a guy and then he gets on base. That's the worst thing you want and the worst feeling in the world. But yeah, I think you got to limit the high intensity pitches. When guys are on second and third base and in scoring position, you want to limit that. I think that's the biggest thing. But yeah, just filling up the strike zone and throwing strikes. I mean, we got myself, we got Carter right now pitching, a lot of the other guys on the staff too. We carry a chip on our shoulder. Think that we're better than whoever can step in the box, and you just got to show it. Everybody's got the stuff. You just got to show it off.
Is there any good words you can say about the other pitchers on the team?
Yeah, I mean, everybody on our team has, really taken their role seriously and, shown a lot. Even Carter, he took the fall off and came out here, and he's been our number 2 guy since the beginning of the season. He's, looked really sharp. So guys like Carter, other guys in the pen, I mean, that have come in and really showed us something, kept us in games. I mean, our pitching staff has definitely surprised me a little bit, and long time coming for, a full staff of, 10 to 12 guys that can all go in and really show something.
All right. Vanderbilt, quick at bat there as they have 3 outs, so that'll be the end of the 3rd inning. We are going to take a short break here as we head to the top of the 4th. Tennessee's still up 1-0 here on Tennessee Club Sports Network. And welcome back to Hawkins Field here in Nashville, Tennessee. And our second game of our doubleheader is the top of the 4th. Tennessee right back up to bat. That one's going to be grounded to third base. And it's going to be a quick out here as Johnny Flaherty continues to pitch very well here for Vanderbilt. That was Thomas Convey who got out for Tennessee. But right here in the broadcast booth, we have our star pitcher, if you will, from our last game in our last game of our doubleheader. A 7-0 shutout pitching performance. Nolan Maroth, how's it going so far in the second game?
We're going pretty good. Limited strikeouts so far. Carter's done a really good job. I think we're going to switch it up now, get some more guys some innings. But yeah, Carter did a really good job on the mound. after that first inning. Had to get some jitters out, I'm sure. But yeah, I mean, swings have looked good. Frank, who's up to bat right now, he had a good AB last time, got an RBI, so hopefully he can do the same thing right here. But yeah, overall a pretty solid day. No errors, so nothing to complain about yet.
Yeah, no errors. You definitely don't want any errors in these types of games. Like you said, Romano, he's got 1 RBI in this game. Drove in the first run. Now, of course, as a pitcher, you're not used to batting, if you will, but since Tennessee's up at the bat right now, I'm wondering, like, how often do you take some swings at some pitches yourself?
I did this week. I had to take part in some swings. I like to get in the box every now and then at practice. You won't catch me in any games, though. I'll stick to the mound. My skills are pretty limited at the plate, besides watching some pitches. But, every now and then at batting practice, I'll get some swings in. But can't do it quite like the guys we got in our lineup right now.
Now, how did that come to be when you were playing baseball growing up that you decided that you were better at pitching rather than batting?
Yeah, I mean, growing up, obviously with my family background, I always pitched and was one of my strong suits growing up. Once I got to high school, came from a really competitive area down in Florida for baseball. So kind of had to see where my most opportunities I could get, and that clearly was on the mound instead of the field. So that's when I kind of decided to take up the reins of just sticking to pitching and really focusing on pitching and, just working on that craft instead of trying to focus on both.
Yeah, it's definitely what you like to hear. Pitching, it's very tough in baseball. A lot of people are used to fielding and batting, so the crop of pitchers isn't as wide and vast. So it's people like you who love to pitch and do it very well that kind of makes this game possible.
Yeah, 100%. I'm also a little bit of a control freak, I will say. So pitching, I get to be in control of the game. Every single pitch I get to, have an impact, and I kind of get to decide how the game goes. So definitely helps there.
How do you deal with pressure, especially like if you're in a situation with multiple guys on base? What do you think or tell yourself in order to get out of situations like those?
Yeah, I mean, pretty good play. The biggest thing, honestly, I love pressure. I love getting in pressured situations just because, I think I'm in my best, and I want to be in the big moments. Biggest thing is just having confidence in myself and my abilities. Just, telling yourself that you're better than whoever's in the box, whoever's hitting, and doing all that. But, yeah, I think it all just comes down to confidence and going right at guys, not being afraid of anybody. Yeah.
That one's going to be grounded to short. Nice out there, and Johnny Flaherty again gets out of the inning here for Vanderbilt. 1-2-3 again. So we head to the bottom of the fourth. The Commodores will go back at bat, but we still have Nolan Maroth here in the booth here for Tennessee. Great pitcher, probably the best pitcher on the team. Not that anyone's asking. Charlie, you're a good guy. But, yeah, it's a kind of a gloomy day here in Nashville.
Yeah.
Nolan.
Glad we got some games in, man. I would have been disappointed coming out all the way out here and not being able to play, especially on this field. Still a little confused on why we didn't get any games in yesterday. I came down to the field myself yesterday around noon, and sunny out, great weather. So not sure why we didn't play yesterday, but it's all good. Was able to get the full Nashville experience being my first time here, so nothing to complain about.
Oh, absolutely. And again, what a beautiful field we're playing on. I did hear, a little birdie told me, by birdie I mean Nolan earlier, that the weather was actually pretty good here yesterday morning while me and John were up in Clarksville, which, by the way, is a city I'll never go back to. Probably one of the worst cities I've ever been to in the United States of America. I'd rather probably go to a third world country than Clarksville, but even though we're doing some club hockey up there. But again, so far, a beautiful scene here. And Nolan, your first time in Nashville. How do you feel about it?
A long time coming. Ever since, being from Florida and then coming to Tennessee for school, everybody asks me, oh, have you gone to Nashville? Have you gone to Nashville? I can finally say yes. Definitely wanted to wait until, I'm of age to get the full experience, like I said earlier. But it was a really good time. Broadway, awesome city. I've always driven through Nashville a few times, but never gone out downtown. But even not just the nightlife, but the buildings, the atmosphere of the city, just everything going on. Even at our hotel just across the street from campus, there's plenty of stuff going on in different areas to go. It was really good time, and good to share it with these guys and all the friends that we got on this team. And it's a really big bond we got going.
Absolutely, and the girls aren't bad either out there. Although you've been having an incredible season, Nolan, throughout this NCBA season in 2025. Tell me, is there not maybe a possibility that you might be moving up to playing collegiate baseball again?
Yeah, I mean, it's always something I've tried. I've taken my summers the last few years. Whoa, Hank took a shot there. Been in the Florida Collegiate Summer League the last 2 summers, getting some experience with a lot of college guys in the NCAA and JUCO and things like that, and it's been a really fun time. Got a lot of experience and competed very well there. Gives me a lot of confidence out here, but also gives me confidence to possibly find some opportunities down the road. Hopefully Vitello can get back to me, but especially after last night, after that performance, but it's all good.
Absolutely. I don't think it would hurt to use you on the actual Tennessee baseball team. They're having a pretty good season as well. I mean, I'll tell you what, maybe Tennessee Club Baseball, we were talking about it earlier, we'll be able to play on their home field, which would be pretty awesome, not only for you guys but for us, just to maybe get some better angles.
Yeah, 100%, yeah. We love Tommy Shumpert Park. We love what they got going over there and the restorations they've made. Beautiful field that they got now, but, playing at Lindsey Nelson would definitely I think top this experience here at Hawkins.
Absolutely. As right now to pitch, it's Carter Gregory once again.
There you go.
Big strikeout there for Gregory as.
Oh, we got Evan out there now.
Oh, Evan. Jeez, Charlie, you always tell me wrong information. But, Tennessee still up 1-0 in this game. Still got Nolan Maroth in the booth hanging out with us. Maybe you can call a little bit of play-by-play. Are you good at that at all?
Yeah, let's do it. I'll get this play right here before I head back down, back to my managerial duties. But, yeah, Evan Suyak on the mound, 2 outs. First appearance on the year. So always fun to see that. He's doing really good. He's been really good at practice and in scrimmages. So
now you mentioned those managerial duties. What do you have to do along with being a pitcher on this team? What do you have to do with those managerial positions?
Yeah, I mean, it's really easy when you got a lot of guys that are bought in and trust you. So just having the guys trust me is a big thing, and I think they kind of trust my decision process, and not just myself, but Mario, Mason, Mac, my other officers, just trusting what we got going in our decisions. But I think it all comes down to trust, because if you don't have the other 29 guys behind you, it can start some stuff and you lose trust. But trust is the biggest thing. Just managing, the game of pitchers and who to put in when to take them out, when to leave them in, guys playing the field. We got a lot of guys that got a lot of talents in different areas of the game, whether it be speed, at the plate, fielding, things like that. So mixing, matching, we can move a lot of guys around. I think we saw that down in spring break. We used a different lineup all 4 games and came out 4-0 with a lot of guys showing us a lot of their talents and showing up for us big time.
That one's going to be hit into left field. Big hit there for Vanderbilt. They already had a runner on base. It's going to be a big double there, so runners are going to be on second and third here for Vanderbilt. They still have not scored in either of these 2 games, but they've been close a couple times, and this is one of their better opportunities.
They're throwing here. It's a big thing when we were talking about walks right there. We got two quick outs from Evan, and then walk the next guy, and then obviously a double, so second and third, 2 outs.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to see if you're Tennessee. Still only up 1-0 in this game, so any big hit for Vanderbilt could change the course of this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, big moment for Evan. And hopefully they don't need me down there. They might have to. Oh, see, right when I say something, they're giving me a call.
Well, Nolan, it was nice having you. You might have to leave us for a second here,
Yep.
but you might want to take that call and head on back down there just in
Oh,
case
yeah.
they need you.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys for all, making this available. So to everybody and doing your job. You guys do a fantastic job. But yeah, loved being up here, and I'm sure I'll be up here again soon.
All right.
Well, thank you to Nolan Maroff for filling in for the broadcast for a short period of time. Vice president of this club baseball organization and also starting pitcher for the team. Well, John, while I was gone, we got a lot of insight on sort of the insides of what this club baseball team really has to offer. Kind of an interesting take there.
Yeah, definitely interesting take. Nolan Maroth, he's probably one of the best guys to ask when it comes to those sorts of questions. And, I actually had to come up with all those questions on the fly by myself. So I thought we did pretty well. But like you said, we learned a lot about what goes into his game, what he thinks about while he's up on the mound, and, just the great performance he's had in the past couple of games when he's been pitching.
Absolutely. While Nolan was on the mic, we had a change in pitching. It's Evan Suyak right now for Tennessee. So you heard it here. He's been good in practice, everything he's been doing. Here's the pitch. Gets it there, so bases loaded for Vanderbilt right now. 2 outs. This is where dreams are made.
Big throw to second there, not going to get him in time. He's going to retreat back, but I think the catcher for Tennessee was very lucky that bounced right off the back of the cage here and right back to him, so no runs were able to score on that wild pitch.
Kind of got an assist there from the back of the padding right behind home plate there. It was a close one.
So bases are still loaded here for Vanderbilt. This has been their best scoring opportunity between these two games, yet still no runs on the board. But that one's going to be a walk, and it's going to be a walked run. So Vanderbilt finally able to score one, and we have a tie game. So a big costly walk for Tennessee. The Commodores have tied this game in the bottom of the 4th inning. And it looks like Evan Surak's going to get a bit of a chat on the mound.
It'll be interesting to see if Nolan Maroth comes back in the game, John.
We'll see. Maybe that's why they called him to come back down there, because they were looking a little bit troublesome, but I'm sure they'll keep Surak on the mound and tell him he's doing all right. And I feel like for Tennessee, they should trust their own offense, even if they do give up a couple runs here in this inning, that they should be confident enough that they can get those right back in the top of the 5th.
How crazy would it be if Nolan Maroff comes back into this game, not only doing his managerial duties, but also hopping on the broadcast and then finishing out pitching?
That would mean he's a man of many talents, a multi-trick pony, if you will. Can do commentary, can do pitching, can do managerial positions. He can do almost anything, and that would be a fantastic sight to see from Maroth, but we'll see if that actually happens.
As right now, getting some practice pitches in is Charles Rylene, freshman from Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Charles Colleen.
Colleen, excuse me. John's handwriting isn't exactly the most legible.
That's a K, not an R.
Feels like I'm looking at hieroglyphics.
Now, while we do have a little bit of a break here, I do want to point out to our viewers, for any hockey fans out there, I just saw that Alex Ovechkin has surpassed the goal record for the NHL. He is now the all-time leading goal scorer in National Hockey League history. So while we are covering baseball, us as common hockey announcers, we still like to talk hockey, and congratulations to Mr. Ovechkin for number 895.
What an achievement for him. Unbelievable. That's a record I personally thought was never going to be broken, but he did it, John. He really did, passing the great Wayne Gretzky.
He did. That's a big base hit into left field. That's going to be another RBI. It's only going to be a single throw to third. And it looks like he made it back in time, so it is now 2-1 Vanderbilt. They are having themselves an inning here. So even through the pitching change, Colleen has given up a big base hit. It's Tennessee now in their third pitcher, I believe, in this second game, but bases are still loaded for the Commodores. Still 2 outs, a big swing and a miss there from Zachary Rubenstein.
The freshman from Grand Rapids.
That being the pitcher, Colleen.
He's got to be careful here, John.
That one's going to be popped down to right field. Tennessee definitely needs to grab this to call it an inning, and they do, but definitely the worst inning for Tennessee defense so far today, giving up 2 runs as Vanderbilt has taken the lead for the first time.
With that being said, we're going to head to the 5th inning and what has been a comeback for Vanderbilt in this one, John. Should be one for the greats to finish up here in Hopkins Field in Nashville, Tennessee. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back here to Nashville. It is now the top of the 5th inning. Tennessee right back up to bat. But Vanderbilt has taken the lead after a great bottom of the fourth inning, 2-1 now for the Commodores. They got their first lead in each of these two games here, and we have a pitching change here for the Commodores. It's going to be number 22, Joseph Prizanzano, a freshman out of Lexington, Kentucky, right near where I'm from. The guy that led us up to our booth here at Hawkins Field. Great guy that we interacted with very briefly.
Great hospitality from the Vanderbilt Commodores.
But we do have Jake Ziegelmeyer here at bat for Tennessee. But yeah, it is now top of the fifth. Volunteers are down by 1 run, so they definitely need to produce some offense. There's a pitch from Prizanzano, and it'll get Ziegelmeyer out, so 1 out here early at the top of the fifth. Vanderbilt looking a lot better in the second game than they did in the first game. A lot more well-rounded team. Bats are coming out finally. The pitching has been very good. So Tennessee on an uphill climb opportunity now. That one's going to be foul tipped back. It's number 9, Brandon Uzarski.
And John, this has proven to be quite the game here. This could come down to the wire. Tennessee, they got to get going.
Definitely have to get going. They only got about 3 half innings to do it. 8 more outs or so. Still only down by 1 run, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's definitely reminding me of that doubleheader against Georgia Tech about a month or so ago, where first game they dominated, but second game they lost in a nail-biter. Shaping up like that again here on the campus of Vanderbilt. But here's Zano. Big hit there from Uzarski is going to go foul into the streets. 1 out here. No runners on.
Here's the pitch. And that one is popped up into the air for Priziano. Will grab that himself.
That's going to be the second out of the inning. So Tennessee's bats feel like they've gotten a little cold in the past couple innings, which is not what you want to see. This is number 14, Henry Dalpraw, out of Little Silver, New Jersey. Both games we've had Tennessee open the scoring, both in the first inning, but in the last game they were able to tack on some runs. So far, not the case here. That one dribbles foul. It's about 1 p.m. Central Time here in Nashville. We've been here for a couple hours watching some great baseball games. Again, only a 7-inning game. But
It's really been nothing but great, John. It really has.
So that one's going to be outside. Definitely have some cooler weather here in Nashville. It's been overcast sky all day, but a little bit chilly out. People are bundled up. At least we're bundled up ourselves, Charlie, here in the booth, but
We got a nice little heater up here.
we do have a nice little heater.
Keeping us nice and warm.
That one's going to be grounded back to Prizanzano. He's going to throw for the third out. 1, 2, 3 again. Tennessee not able to produce anything at the plate, so Vanderbilt's going to go back to batting and see if they can extend their already present lead against the Volunteers.
Absolutely. That'll take us down to the bottom of the fifth. Tennessee looking to get back into this one. John, what do you want to see from the Vols here to maybe come back into this game? I mean, right now, Vanderbilt, they've just been kind of controlling, playing at their own pace, really keeping Tennessee at bay. The Vols, they really just have to start making contact with that pitch if they want to start doing anything here. But right now, we'll get a chance to see Suyak and what he can do up on the mound.
Yeah, Tennessee definitely needs to get those bats going. They were kind of started off hot, carrying over from the last game, but not able to sustain that as the Volunteers not getting many people on base, and when you don't have people on base, you can't get in those scoring positions and you can't drive runs home. That's kind of what's been causing a little bit of their issues, while Vanderbilt on the opposite side has been getting a lot of people on base. They've been able to drive runs in, and that's why they have the lead where they are now.
Absolutely. Well, don't go anywhere. We'll be back here shortly for the bottom of the fifth. Well, we're back here in Nashville, Tennessee for the bottom of the fifth. Once again, my name is Charlie Serafian, joined alongside the incredibly versatile and athletic John Hansen.
Yeah, thank you all for listening today. Hopefully you've been listening through both of these games in our doubleheader. But like you said, it is the bottom of the fifth now. Vanderbilt right back up to bat. They're up 2-1. That one's going to be grounded short. Easy play there. So first out there for new pitcher Charles Killeen, freshman from Grand Rapids, Michigan, for Tennessee. Vanderbilt able to get the lead in the last inning in the bottom of the fourth. First lead that they've gotten in both of these games. First runs that they've scored at all. But now they're putting a lot of pressure here on Tennessee when the Volunteers need to get some offense, get some bats going again to try to stage a little bit of a comeback. But Vandy already has one out here in the bottom of the fifth. That one, a little dribbler to second, and I don't know what he was doing there, the second baseman. What kind of throw was that? He could have taken out of his glove. He tried to pass it from one glove to the next, but it just did not go far. And that seemed like a costly error for Tennessee, as that's going to get the runner on first.
Absolutely. Try to make something happen. Unfortunately, looks like you just mix it up just a little bit. It was number 24, Matthew Morin, a sophomore from Groton, Massachusetts. He had that really good play earlier on in the start of this game over there by second base, but a little bit of an error there. Vanderbilt, they get one man on.
Now for the Commodores is Graham Seed, number 99. Also out of Massachusetts. Wonder if they know each other. Him and Morin.
Little small state there. Actually, it's not one of the bigger ones.
Small state, but a lot of people, so.
Small geographically, but as far as population-wise.
That one's going to get past. He's going to go to second. That's Robert Polk, the pitcher in the last game. He's going to make his way to second, sliding in there. So another error for Tennessee, advances the runner. With Seed up to the plate, one out. I feel like this kind of shows how good of a pitcher Nolan Maroth is, who was able to pitched the entire game last time, all 7 innings, but Tennessee now on their 3rd pitcher in this game and seem to be struggling just a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Nolan Maroff really just kind of controlled that game. Just goes to show why he's so good and makes you wonder what this team would be without him.
Of course, a couple innings ago, he was up in the booth talking to us, giving us some insight on how he prepares for a game, what he thinks about while he's on the mound. Always some good information to hear from, especially from a guy like him.
His favorite color?
What was his favorite color?
I don't know. He never said it.
Oh.
Here's the pitch. That one is going to make a loud noise, but it's going to go out of play and into the stands and almost hit a lady wearing an orange cap.
Yep, Tennessee fan. She's going to keep the baseball, it seems. But she was running for her life and kind of looked like you a few weeks back, Charlie.
Absolutely. I just couldn't track the ball. That's why I was so scared.
I was tracking it for you. I was making sure it didn't hit you. Up in the stands of
You were just kind of watching. I was kind of walking towards it almost.
up in the stands of Tommy Shumpert Park in outside Knoxville, Tennessee. Long at bat here for Graham Seed. Here's the pitch from Colleen. Check swing, throw to third. Did he get there in time? Yes, he did. That's going to be a stolen base. It is going to be a walk, too, as Seed makes his way to first. So runners on the corners here for Vanderbilt. Another opportunity for some scoring.
Only one out here, too, John. So they're going to look to talk things over. There you got Nolan Maroth out there on the mound right now. They're going to discuss some things and what they can maybe possibly do to get back into this game. What would you do here, John, if you were in a managerial position?
You know, in that position, it definitely is a tough choice. Do you pull the pitcher or do you keep him in? I feel like they've gone through a lot of pitchers so far in this game, so it looks like they're going to keep some confidence in Colleen. I probably would have made the same decision. You know, it's probably his first time pitching in quite a few games, so he might be a little rusty, but I would definitely have some confidence in all of my pitching core. As again, we have runners on the corners, only one out in the bottom of the 5th. Vanderbilt trying to extend their 1-run lead. That one's going to be high and outside. This is number 18, John Kurtz, for the Commodores. Similar pitch, makes it a 2-0 count. Kind of quiet here. Tennessee fans nervous. And that's going to be a 3rd straight ball. Maybe that talk to Colleen didn't help out all that much, as he is might be walking another batter, which would lead to a bases loaded opportunity for Vanderbilt. That's going to be the 4th ball, a 4-ball walk. For the 2nd straight inning, Vanderbilt's going to have runners on all the bases.
Bases loaded here for the Commodores. You got to be careful, especially if you're Colleen. 2 pitching changes already for the Tennessee Volunteers here in this 2nd game of the doubleheader. Bottom of the 5th. Bases loaded for Vanderbilt. Only 1 out for the Volunteers. So Tennessee not in good position right now, as Vanderbilt is knocking on the door here in Nashville, Tennessee on this cloudy day.
And that's like the 6th straight ball that Colleen has pitched, so he's having difficulty finding the strike zone or even getting the batter to chase at something. It's not good when you can't throw a strike. That one's going to be hit to 3rd, but it's going to bobble. That's going to get 1 run home. Everyone advances a base. So a lucky little hit there for Vanderbilt. It's going to be 3-1 now for the Commodores.
So Vanderbilt really making a statement here in this second game. 3-1 now. Bases still loaded for Vanderbilt. Tennessee, you got to do something here just to get out of this. Again, only one out right now of Clean up on the mound pitching for the Volunteers.
An easy way to get out of this inning would be a grounder to second so they can get a quick double play. That's something that they're very hopeful for right now. But after not being able to get on base basically at all in the last game, Vanderbilt has gotten probably twice the amount of opportunities as Tennessee has had in this game.
And Colleen now starting to get a little more comfortable up there. Kind of finding his footing here in this game. Figuring things out.
Fouled back towards the netting. Still 2 strikes here.
Here's the pitch. Foul ball. Vanderbilt's dugout sensing what's to come.
This is number 26, Ian Vasquez, at the plate from Rochester, Minnesota. That one's high and outside again, so I believe it's a full count now, 3-2. Everyone getting a little bit antsy here on both sides, both dugouts. And that's going to be a big swing and a miss, so a strikeout. That's what Colleen needed. So 2 outs now here in the bottom of the 5th. Volunteers, they'd be really happy with only letting in 1 run in this inning. But a big base hit could blow this game wide open if you're Vanderbilt. That one's going to be low and outside, 1-0.
Low and inside is what Colleen has to start aiming for. A lot of these Commodores players kind of sensing it, really swinging on a lot here. So he's got to use that as his advantage to try to really get inside the batter boxes. We'll see one there. That one's going to go into center field. It's going to be caught, and Tennessee will survive the onslaught of hits there from Vanderbilt. Kind of a close call. Tennessee, they still have a chance to get back in this game. They are only down 3-1.
Yeah, for Vanderbilt, you're kind of upset at yourself because that's 2 straight innings where you've left a lot of runners stranded, which is not what you want to see. Now, had all those been batted in, we could be seeing like a 7 or 8-1 game. So Tennessee is very lucky that their defense is held up pretty firmly and that they're only down by 2.
Absolutely. Don't go anywhere, everybody. We'll be back here shortly for the top of the 6th here on Tennessee Club Sports Network.
Just an inning and a half to go left in this baseball game. Vanderbilt up top. Welcome back here. Bottom of the sixth, Vanderbilt back up to bat. Still leading 3-2 in this game. We have a pitching change here for Tennessee. Their fourth pitcher, I believe, in this ball game. It's going to be number 27, Carter Cosenza, freshman out of Downers Grove, Illinois. As the Volunteers still trail Vanderbilt by 1 run. Vandy has an opportunity to extend their lead once again. Tennessee was able to cut it back to 1 at the top of the sixth. That one's going to be lined out into the foul territory. It's going to drop.
It's now begun to rain here in Nashville. There's just a light drizzle. That looks like some of the fans are just enduring out there. I don't see many umbrellas from all the fans. There's a couple here and there.
There's a few ponchos, a few rain jackets. Of course, there's not that many fans here.
Kind of cold out there, too. I'm surprised fans are putting up with this.
Fans will go through all types of weather to see, I assume, their kids play, brothers, sisters, play some club baseball in this big rivalry game. That one's going to go way outside, nearly hit the batter in the head.
Here comes the pitch from Cosenza.
And that one's going to be up high. It's going to be a walk. So Vanderbilt, again, getting some runners early on base. Just as they have in the past couple innings when they've been scoring runs.
Up to hit. Zachary Rubenstein. Again, the freshman from Calabasas, California. Hasn't had too bad of the game. A couple hits. Cosenza with the pitch. Almost makes contact there with Rubenstein. A little close to his head there, John.
Yeah, this is about the second one we've seen from Cosenza, so make sure Rubenstein ducks a little bit. But for Tennessee, they definitely need to get out of this inning unscathed, as they've been letting up a few runs in both the fourth and fifth innings. Any sign of giving up only 0 would be a good sign, but Cosenza already having trouble here, and Nolan Maroth is going to go up to the mound.
One runner on first, 1 on second for Vanderbilt. Here on this rainy day now in Nashville, Tennessee, to talk things over.
I don't believe they're going to pull him. Just reiterate some good sentiments. Maroth had a nice chat with us. Always wants to look for something good in all his pitchers. He says he trusts all of them, trusts everyone on the team. That's what you need in a managerial position that he has. Got to build that trust with your players. That one's going to be fouled off. Into the construction site / parking lot down the right field line. Of course, in the top left corner of your screen, you can see the Memorial Gymnasium, the basketball arena here on campus for Vanderbilt.
Not a bad basketball season for the Vanderbilt Commodores, John.
Yeah, not a bad season whatsoever. I still believe they lost in the first round, if I remember.
They did. They were
St. Mary's.
Taken down in the first round of St. Mary's by about 10 or so points. They were that 10th seed. As another error there. And Vanderbilt, they're going to score.
So it's now 4-2 for the Commodores. Bad throw there to second base. Gets runners on first and third now. Vanderbilt regains their 2-run lead. And it seems like Tennessee has not been playing that well in this game, which I'm kind of surprised by. They've only got 2 losses on the entire season, so for there to be a third loss for this season and a second consecutive Sunday, they may need to stop playing on Sundays, Charlie.
Absolutely. Maybe a little bit of bad luck. Coach Sense looking to end the bleeding here for Tennessee.
There's still no outs in this inning either, so while in the past couple innings they've been able to get a few outs, they don't have anything going for them so far in this one. That one's going to be a called strike.
Just as John said, 1 runner on first, 1 on second. Here's the pitch. Foul ball.
One of them tried to advance to second base, but foul ball will have him retreat. For Vanderbilt, this is a good opportunity because Tennessee only has one more chance at bat in the top of the 7th, and if they're not able to tie this game up, then Vanderbilt's going to take the win with them, which would be kind of surprising considering the performances we saw in the first game.
Absolutely. Tennessee would maybe see a drop in the rankings if they fell to Vanderbilt in this game, which right now it's not looking too good for them. Vanderbilt looking pretty solid as Robert Polk up to bat right now, who started pitching off for the Commodores in the start of this game and that first game in this doubleheader series. There's Polk dropping that blue bat. He's going to look to try to hit one at least over near center field, a righty hitter for the Vanderbilt Commodores, and that's going to be a walk, and he's going to head and make his way over to first base, and maybe not.
There's a bit of confusion. Umpire's still talking it over. It's either a strikeout or a walk. Doesn't seem to be a walk.
And he's back up on the mound.
Or he's back up at the plate.
At the plate, excuse me. Yeah, I mean, it looked like it was going to be a walk, but talked things over, and they made a change in calls here.
Runner goes second. That one's going to go way over our head, directly vertical. Past the press box here. Thankfully, again, there's a netting, but it went past the netting, actually. So, yeah, I don't know what the confusion was there about, but Still batter at the plate, but it's going to be a walk anyways. So in the end, it's still going to be a walk as Vandy for the third straight inning having bases loaded against the Volunteers, and Cosenzo is having some trouble.
Absolutely, and I think every pitcher in this game so far has had some trouble for Tennessee, as we haven't really seen much pitching success ever since Nolan Maroff stepped off the plate. So it looks like we might be getting another pitching change here, John.
We'll see what they do here for Tennessee. Like you said, they're probably going to have another pitching change. Not sure who it is yet. I don't know if they've brought anyone in. Looks like Hobby Griffin's out there. I believe that's who they're going to put on the mound, number 22. So we've gone through Carter Gregory, Carter Cosenza, Evan Suyak in this game. But now the ball is going to be in the hands of Hobby Griffin. Interesting thing to note is that both Vanderbilt and Tennessee's pitchers both wear the same number now.
22 and 22. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fill in the blank, John.
If you were a baseball player, what would be your number, Charlie?
10.
Why?
It's my lucky number. I wear it in pretty much every sport I always had, except when I used to play hockey. I think I wore number 32, I believe. It was one of the only jerseys they had available, and happened to be one of my favorite players' jerseys, Jonathan Quick. That was his number. But ever since I stopped playing hockey and across all sports, I've always been number 10, except, of course, soccer when I was a goalie. And the only jerseys available for the goalie was, I believe, 0 and 1. So that was number 1. Number 1 and 10, those have always been my numbers.
Guess it'd be better to be number 1 than number 0.
You know what? It might have been 00 now that I actually think about it, John. Hobby Griffin on the mound right now. He's going to talk things over with the catcher.
To be honest, I can't quite think of what number I would wear. In a sport, I haven't really played any sport since I gave up baseball in 2014. I don't think we wore numbers back then, so I'd have to think about that.
Last time I played baseball, I believe, was in 2011 or 2010. I was about 7 years old. And my coach was, my mom was actually assistant coach, and then head coach was Dr. Paul Nassif, who is the doctor on the show Botched, if you're familiar with that show. It's a plastic surgeon show. But he was our head coach. Now that I think about it, I don't remember him knowing anything about baseball, but seemed to get the job done. I remember I used to try to show up to the games wearing as much jewelry and drip as I could, and they said I was not allowed to. I wanted to try to intimidate the other players. Didn't seem to do much, though, because I could barely hit the ball, and it was off a tee.
This is Graham Seed at the plate for Vanderbilt. Still no outs in this inning. Bases are still loaded for Vanderbilt. They were able to put one on the board in the bottom of the 6th now. Hobby Griffin on the mound.
Hobby Griffin going to look to try to put this one away. Been trying to do it for a while now.
Definitely needs something, especially with no outs. There's the pitch up high, and it's going to be a walk, so another walked run for Vanderbilt. It's going to make it 5-2. Bases continue to be loaded, and the pitching struggles for Tennessee continue.
It's been very difficult for Tennessee towards the end of this game. It's been all Vanderbilt the last couple of innings.
That one's foul tipped. John Kritz. Pitch, that one's fouled back, so 2 consecutive foul balls, 0-2 count now. Kind of what Hobby Griffin is looking for. Any sort of out would be helpful in this situation. Long time thinking about it. Kritz steps away. Goes back in. That one's going to be high and outside, so Hobby Griffin not able to put Kritz away just yet. Rain definitely starting to fall now. People still wearing ponchos. Umbrellas have been taken out.
Looking for shelter here. Bases loaded. Here's Griffin with the pitch. It'll be a strike. Strike 2.
Strike 3 got him out.
3.
So that's going to be the first out for Tennessee. Luckily for them, here in the bottom of the 6th. Still need 2 more, though.
Not only that.
Bases continue to stay loaded for Vanderbilt.
They're also going to need at least 3 more runs to tie up this game and maybe send it to extra innings. Which you would love, John. Here's Griffin. Yeah, so rain definitely starting to come down now here at Hawkins Field on this Sunday now afternoon.
That one's going to be outside, so 2-0 count now. There's a bird sitting on one of the chairs down here,
Just
enjoying the
watching
view.
game. Those must be some expensive seats, John.
I wonder if Vanderbilt students are allowed to get into baseball games for free. Should be able to, I assume.
I believe the answer to that question is yes, John. They are.
Finally, first strike there for Griffin. You know what? I'm surprised that all these sports facilities here on Vanderbilt's campus are so closely together. Got the baseball field right here, basketball arena right there in the background, and just behind the left field bleachers here is the upper stands of the football stadium.
I was going to mention that, John. It's actually pretty nice that they have that luxury. It's a double play. Yes!
Got him. So Tennessee does get out of the inning, only letting up 2 runs. So it's 5-2. Vanderbilt has their largest lead in the game so far. But now the Volunteers only got 1 more attempt at bat to try to tie it or even take the lead. And if they fall short, then Vanderbilt's going to come away with a win.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Again, and as always, we'll be back here shortly for the start of the 7th.
All right, welcome back to the top of the 7th inning in our second game of our doubleheader. It will be the last inning unless Tennessee is able to tie it up here. We got Frank Romano at the plate, the Italian Stallion. He's got one of the 2 RBIs in this game. That one's going to go to left field right underneath the football stadium bleachers. Still pitching for Vanderbilt is number 22, Joseph Prizanzano, out of Lexington, Kentucky. But Tennessee has been kind of not been able to produce much offense in this game. But Romano, being the first at bat here at the top of the 7th, is definitely one of those batters you want if you want to get someone on base. And I'm joined here by Charlie Serafian as always. How are you enjoying the game, Charlie?
John, I'm having a phenomenal time up here in the booth watching some club college baseball on a Sunday now afternoon. We got here at around 8:30 a.m. Central Time. Went ahead and were politely escorted up into this beautiful press box here in Hawkins Field at Vanderbilt's baseball stadium in Nashville, Tennessee. So, you know what? Couldn't get much better than this, John. I'm going to be honest with you.
It's definitely one of the better experiences I've had as a sports fan. You know, I say the press box is about on par with Fenway Park's press box, which I've been inside, where they filmed one scene in the movie Moneyball. I remember our tour guide told us that one of those chairs Brad Pitt sat in. It wasn't the chair I sat in, but that's okay.
You know, absolutely. Again, you got to, as we get a ball going all the way up into right field, it's going to be caught. So it'll be the first out, second out.
So 2 quick outs here for Tennessee. Romano had a grounder to first that was already caught up, and that one went out to right field. So now pinch hitter Bailey Redmond up to the plate here. Tennessee on the brink of defeat, which would just be their 3rd loss of the season. Once against Georgia Tech, once against Auburn last weekend. Be a tough road loss here against Vanderbilt.
That's strike one.
Kind of surprised by the performance of Vanderbilt after they were routed by Tennessee in the first game, 7-0. But Vanderbilt is strike back with a vengeance. Has a 5-2 lead right now. And able to possibly get the win here. That one's going to be outside.
A 2-1 count here. 2 outs.
That's going to be a strike as well, so Bailey Redmond, he's the hero that Tennessee needs.
This could win it here for Vanderbilt. Prizanzano.
But it's just going to be outside, and Redmond's going to go in for a walk. So Redmond's able to get on base, which means that the tying run is now on the on-deck circle. That would be Ben Thurman. But up at the plate now is number 9, Brandon Uzarski. It seems like Tennessee's been replacing their roster with all the guys who played in the first game. As we've seen Bailey Redmond come back, we've seen Ben Thurman. That one's going to be grounded to shortstop. Needs a play at first, and it's not in time. Uzarski is safe at first. So runners on first and second now for Tennessee. I feel like the shortstop could have made an easy play at second, tried to go to first, but just not in time. Took too long. Now Ben Thurman at the plate. He's the tying run. A big base hit here.
Now, John, hold on. Game's not over just yet. Thurman.
That one's going to be a called ball, so 1-0 to Thurman. Tennessee pull off a miraculous comeback here in the top of the 7th. That's going to be a big swing and a miss against Thurman.
1-1 count here. Thurman, he's got to be very careful and very patient here with what he does. One more strike, he'll win it for the Commodores.
That's strike 2. So Provenzano feeling a little bit better about himself. 1-2 count. Thurman on his last strike. Tennessee on their last strike. Still runners on first and second. Big hit could cut this lead down to 1 or so. Thurman's going to take his time.
Legends are made here in Hawkins Field. What will Thurman be today?
Big hit, just foul. Made some great contact, but it wasn't perfect contact, and goes into the parking lot. Still 1-2. Everyone on the edge of their seats here.
Vanderbilt looking to put it away.
Provenzano with the pitch. Big swing and a miss from Thurman, and that will be game as Vanderbilt takes the second game in our doubleheader, 5-2. And Tennessee has just their 3rd loss on the season, as both teams split 1 game in our doubleheader today, this afternoon. Both teams will go out to shake hands. 7-0 Tennessee in the first game, 5-2 Vanderbilt in the second game. A great pair of games that we got to witness here, Charlie, here in Nashville.
Absolutely. Both these Tennessee teams split in the series here in Nashville, Tennessee, which was an absolute fun one, John. I know I had a blast here. Again, a bit of a better setup here in this game, but it looked like the other Tennessee school, Vanderbilt, seemed to get the best of the Volunteers. What a game here in Hawkins Field. John, this was an absolute thriller. I mean, Vanderbilt, they looked very good. But Tennessee, they'll fall to 8-2 on the season now.
That's in their conference record, about 18-3 overall. So still a very good season for the number 4 ranked club baseball team in the country. But they weren't able to pick up 2 wins this afternoon. They did get 1, but Vanderbilt put a stop to that as the Commodores take the second game 5-2. We had a fun one here, Charlie.
Absolutely. The Vanderbilt Commodores really pulling together here. Now, Vanderbilt, they'll go to 2-6 in conference play now, if I got that right.
I think it's 3-6.
Excuse me, 3-6.
3-10 overall.
3-4 in conference play right now, and then 3-6 overall. So again, this Vanderbilt team, they've done very good in this one. What a game that was, John. Once again, we want to thank everybody who made this happen. Vanderbilt's Tennessee Club Baseball Squad, Tennessee Volunteers Club Baseball Squad, Nolan Maroth for getting on the broadcast and helping out with a few things here. I want to thank John up here in the booth for his excellent job on play-by-play commentary. He's really hungry, so we're going to look to get out of here. Once again, my name is Charlie Serafian, joined alongside the incredible John Hansen. Thank you for tuning in to Tennessee Club Sports Network. Signing off here from Hawkins Field in Nashville, Tennessee. Get home safe and go Vols.